So sorry about that. Needed to deal with something on YouTube. It was very, very stupid. Oh, cool. Something else isn't working? Which is that? What's wrong with my alerts? Cool. Oh, cool. Cool, cool, cool. God damn it. Refresh the page. It's working. Oh, it's the chat one. Hold on. Oh. Right, because it's been so long. I forgot. I need to do it again because it's been so long. God. I want you guys showing up, so I need to do this. Stupid. Go to this. Yep. Into this folder. Yeah. Okay. Looks like you'll be able to show up eventually. That's neat. But for the time being, shut the fuck up. I can mute this. Shut. Hold on. I need to. Okay, just refresh it. Cool. It's work fine. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Everything's working perfectly fine. Love that. Thank you. Finally. Play button. 10-minute delay. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Press the... Oh, I just saw it. You stupid piece of shit. There's an audio track error. Okay, so, oh yeah, it comes up through this one. Right. Mute that just in case. Yes, I have game muted usually anyway, sorry. Yep. It shouldn't take too long. Close this, close that. It's not a stream without scuff, guys. Woo! Let's Let's go. Give it up for Scuff. There we go. I'm just gonna have this open. Hold on. Isn't this bigger than it's supposed to be? Uh-huh. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Yep, cool, thank you. Yep, 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 yep. Turn all of my sound on again. God. Magnus compensation. Who is that guy? He looks generic as fuck. I need this. Hold on. Let's do a pull on this. Yes, thanks. Why is this cropped? The actual hell. Why did this get cropped at all? Or did I not remember how big this is supposed to be? Is that what happened? That might be what happened. Yeah, that's what happened. This is not frustrating at all. I'm sorry, guys. Sometimes I accidentally full screen it, and then I don't remember how big it's supposed to be. That's fine. That will be fine. I don't care. Do one more. We have stuff to spend. Make me feel good, please. Now? Yay. Cool. Okay. Anyway. It's still cropped? What the fuck? What the... Huh? Why are you like this? You're just stupid. Okay. Hold on. Where is it? Delete layer. This is those times that I wish I just had a 1920 by 1080 monitor, but I don't. Fucking hate it here right now, bro. And we select Limbus Company. Make a biter. There. Okay, we're done. Stupid. Oh, and you're not working. Cool. Okay. So we're sitting over here unless I need to do something. This is stupid. I love this. Thanks. This is what happens when I don't stream for like 3 months. Ugh. Let's just enjoy the story, because
둥글게 감겨 시작과 끝이 맞닿아 있는 실타래가 있었다.
there's a clue of thread raveled of a single strand whose beginning is its end.
모든 순간은 시실과 날실이 되어 짜여지며
Moments become wefts and warps that crisscross into a weave.
시간은 흐르지 않고 한 자리에 엉켜진다.
And the flow of time spools in a single spot.
자, 읽어봐.
Go on, read it.
너의 첫울음과
From
마지막
the echo
숨결
of your
사이
first cry to the whisper of your last
모든
breath.
순간의 한가운데에서 나는
Every moment my eyes can catch a glimpse of you.
아니, 그 글자는 그렇게 읽는 게 아니라
Is that how you read those letters?
요시대라고 읽는 거다.
Yoshihide. That's how you say it?
요슈!
Oh.
이게 더 편하고 이쁘잖아.
길을 잃은 내 아이야. 돌아오는 방향을 모르겠다면
Dear lost child of mine, should the way home elude you,
가장 아팠던 첫 매듭을 더듬어서 되짚어라.
follow the thread back to the very first knot that hurt the
그
most,
떨림이 멎는 곳에는
where the quivering
내가
stops.
있단다.
That is where you will find me.
오늘이군요.
LCE Research Team. Mark, today's the day.
네, 오늘이네요. 팀장님 혹시
Elisa, is it indeed boss of you?
떨리냐는 질문은 하지 말게. 그런 건 스스로의 연구 결과에 자신 없는 범인들이나 하는 행동이지 않나.
Only they ever get nervous.
말하고 보니 지난번 학회 때 청심환을 한 줌씩 먹고도 3초에 5번씩 손을 떨던 자가 생각나는군. 나 솔직히 좀 꼴서 나왔네. 아, 그들이 과연 내가
Oh no, this one's tiny. Of course, perhaps. The fear that the attendees may not possess intelligence to comprehend even half of my presentation may source a reasonable level of anxiety, potent enough to make my legs tremble somewhat. But I have been quite relieved of that concern after you reviewed my materials. If both of you were able to understand it, then the audience should have no problem following the general narrative. Hohenheim, I swear. At least you won't be dousing the audience chock full of verbal sedative this time.
그러고 보니 추가 연구를 위한 협조 요청은 왜 여태껏 승인이 안 난 건지 알고 있나?
Another note, do you have any idea why cooperation request for another research is still pending?
LCA 연구 개발팀에서
LCA R&D team has repeatedly denied our request. Apparently, we're too focused solely on our patent research.
까다롭게 구는 거야. 반려한 담당자가 누구인지 아는 게 있나?
Rather narrow-minded bunch, aren't they? Do we know especially who denied our request?
지난번 학회에서 청심환을
The assistant manager who simply could not stop their hands from shaking even after taking an entire fistful of tranquil blouses.
아직 안
It seems
풀리셨나봐요.
pretty obvious that they're still carrying the grudge from when you scoffed at them.
그랬더니
That's so. Well, they'll have no choice but to approve our request after this presentation.
승인할 걸세.
Present research has already progressed beyond the point of satisfaction after all. Of course.
아무래도 안 되겠군. 개인적인 호기심을 풀이하기 위한 추가 연구이긴 해도 회사에 이익이 될 연구이면 틀림이 없네.
I have no doubt in my mind that it will end up benefiting the company's bottom line.
마틴,
Martin, do you have
내가 어제 만든 추가 연구 계획서는 챙겼나? 예상되는 성과를 눈앞에 들이밀면 LCA에서도 승인하지 않고서는 못 베기겠지.
to have the additional research proposals with you? Even the LCA will have no recourse to approve it once they see the projected gains from its success. That I left it back at the research hall. Didn't think we'd need it today.
그 연구에서 성과를 거둔다면 시설실의 전력 효율도 높일 수 있을 걸세. 안 그래도 지금 하고 있는 실험이 워낙 전력을 많이 잡아먹어서 가용 전력이 영 간당간당하지 않나.
연구실 난방기에 쓰는
Good.
전력도
Need more
아깝고
energy.
다 같이
Yeah, we know.
수업장에서
We even had to
실험했었죠.
conduct our experiments in the freezing cold because we rerouted power from our heating system to save electricity.
아무튼 계획서는 제가 가져올게요. 팀장님이랑 마튼 씨는 발표 준비에 집중하세요.
You two focus on the presentation prep. Requesting support. This is LC Department Corridor YS4. Requesting immediate support. This situation's a code gap.
미안하구나. 그렇게 불필요하게 절단하고 싶진 않았는데. 유감스럽게도 의식을 잃은 것 같으니 이곳에는 일말의 가망조차 남지 않았다.
Situation here is entirely hopeless was probably what he wished to say. That's not Damien. Is that fucking what's his name? Dude with the hourglass fishbowl a few hours later. A good deal of time has passed since we said our heartfelt farewell to Jia Shichun. Yet we still remain stuck in Hongyun.
출발하는 거 맞냐? 날짜 헷갈린 거 아니고?
Reckon you got the date wrong.
아닌데.
I'm pretty sure I didn't. But even Sod's late and she was supposed to let Virgilius and get Virgilius and pilot.
이어지는 직통도로가 코앞이다. 소드 그자가 트럭을 타고 이 장소까지 모이라는 메모를 휘갈겨 쓰고 간 것을 볼 때 이번에는 확실할 테지.
그랬으면 좋겠네요. 대관원에서 나올 때 문지기 분들이 몇 시에 돌아오는지 물어보더라니까요. 저희가 아예 홍원의 정식 거주민이 된 줄 아시더라고요.
When time are you coming back?
그럴만하지.
That's surprising. After saying goodbyes left and right, not to mention 2 farewell banquets, we're still sitting here on our butts without any sign of leaving.
그러니까 이때쯤이면 항상 베르가 의미심장하게 등장해서 다음 장소로 갈 시간입니다, 단테. 하고 말해줬어요.
That was a pretty good impression, Rodian. I gotta say, Rodia, pretty good. Time to move on to our next destination, Dante. Man, does Rodian's voice actor just do impressions? It's pretty good. It's been forever since I heard her. I don't think there will be. There was ever a time Virgilius has gone this long.
위반에 따른 추가적인 업무 배정이 있었던 것이 원인일 수 있으나 그것을 고려하더라도 부재 기간이
Here,
길어지면
prolonged absence remains unusual.
저희를 도와주신 일 때문에 아직도
그렇지는 않습니다.
Not necessarily.
당시의 계약 위반 사항으로 인한 징계가 남아 있는 것은 사실이지만 H사에서 할 수 있는 LCC와의 업무는
LCC Operation H Corp, which he was assisting with, was immediately concluded following Jia Shichun's inauguration at as a family hierarch.
다른 이유는 짐작가는 바가 없고
Okay. Virgilius and Charon would always be away whenever we traveled to a new place. But yeah, never for this long.
이번에도 같은 일로 자리를 비우신 걸까요?
Everyone turned to look at Faust. There's no information that can be shared regarding Virgilius' absence. You can ask Virgilius when he gets here.
그 양반이 좋은 목적지를
Honestly, reckon he'd say a word about where he was. Luke only ever tells us where to go, never where he's off to.
만날 카롱군과 둘만 아이스크림 먹으러 가고.
Never has he brought us on our ice cream trips.
구역을 순회하면서 그곳의 특산물을 모조리 섭렵하고도
이게 무슨 맛집
Be serious for 1 second.
이유겠냐?
저희의 길을 안내해 주는 것과 별개로 베르길리우스 씨에게도 가야 할 자신의 길이 있을 뿐이겠죠.
I got no idea what his path would even look like. We're only here to follow the journey as guided by Virgilius. We know neither the path he's walked nor the path he seeks to walk. I wonder if he'll ever share his history with us one day.
자비야 껄핏하면 자리를 비우니까 그렇다 쳐도 소드는 왜 안 오는 건데? 늦어도 우리가 늦었지. 자기가 지각해서 우리를 이렇게 내버려 둔다고?
작전에 변경점이라도 생긴 건 아닐까?
보통 작전 중 연락이 두절되는 이유는
When an operation goes dark without warning, it's usually due to an unforeseen variable, not a change of plans. As proof I was right, someone forcefully yanked the truck's door open. Saad?
자기 어떻게든
What happened? Oh, she's missing an arm. Oh. Saad stumbled into the truck, short of breath. She was bleeding and covered in wounds, both minor and serious, her eyes glistening with wild anxiety. A broken pistol hung from her waist. It was impossible not to notice the still fresh gashes and wounds on her. The first thing that caught my attention, however, was the stump right where her left arm used to be. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, no. We're not using you. Because that's too easy.
초조해하면 안 돼.
Just gonna skip you because I have other things to be doing.
저리 꺼져.
Got him right before reset, so that's why. Go with you. Level boost ticket 6. Interesting. These are both tremor, right? They both bleed. They both bleed, my bad. They want her. actually, well, yeah, keep you here. Then we can go with you. You. Where are you? You. 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 Otis is the other one. Yep. There we go. And you. Let's just uptie you again. Oh, you have no shards. My bad. 3 is where you stay. This is probably fine.
책임은
문을 원하시.
나를
네, 바쁘.
시선. 내가
열쇠가 필요하신가요?
라만 차렌드를 뒤엎는다.
Prepare for battle immediately.
지금 바로 전투를 준비해 주세요. 저는 보다시피 더 이상 작전을 수행할 수 없는 상황이라 여러분의 도움이 필요합니다.
Side collapsed to the floor before we can even had the chance to ask her if she was okay or what had happened to her arm.
씨와 접선한 직후 기습을 당했어요. 머지않아 이곳까지 올 거예요.
Where once her resolve had not faltered even in the face of death. A grave look of despair now filled her eyes.
습격 인원은
둘,
2?
한 명은 베르길리우스님이 맡고 있었고 저는
베르가? 그러면 벌써 베르가 다 처리하고 여기로 오는 중인 거 아닐까?
I don't think so. It's Karen. I lost her. They tore off the arm I was holding onto Karen with. I never should have let go. I never should have let that happen. So Virgilius is not with us because he's looking to find Karen. Karan. Sawed grimace, her expression an amalgamation of guilt and confusion. It was a far cry from her usual collected self.
카로님이 인질로 붙잡히신 건가요?
They could not stop them from taking Karen.
파일럿이는요?
상처가 깊지만 의식은 마지막까지 남아 있었어요.
Oh no.
우선 전투.
Prepare for battle now.
적어도 목표는 명확하군요. 쫓아온 습격자를 처리한 뒤 카론을 구하면 될 것 같습니다, 관리자님. 비록 적의 의중은 아직 알 수 없지만
어쩌면 이 습격이 끝이 아닐지도 몰라요. 아까 이곳으로 도망치던 와중에 본사에 무전이 흘러들어왔는데
A sudden buzz of white noise breaks through the dark silence. Saad froze up, staring at the radio speaker. Gregor was the first to act in her place.
여기는 LCB. 상황 전파를 한다.
What is your situation over?
연구소?
사랑하는 우리 딸, 그동안 잘 지냈어. 이제 그만 울고 집으로 돌아와야 하지 않겠니?
Utter silence descends as a kindly calling cuts off the blood-curdling scream from the other side. The voice that came through the radio was nothing short of affectionate, and it was easy to guess who the daughter was.
시계 거미줄이 쳐졌다.
Spiders have spun their web clock. Web?
피할 수 없는 길에
It's woven so intricately that there's no way around it. That's when I recalled something Li Hang had mentioned, the House of Spiders. Thinking back to how intensely Ryoshi reacted then, do you think these attackers have something to do with that Li Hang guy from earlier?
그럴 리가.
Unlikely.
그놈은 스쳐가는 과의 선생들 중 하나였을 뿐이다.
One of many passing tutors.
도대체 누가 다른 것도 아니고 본사잖아요.
모르겠어요. 본사는 침입자들이 원한다고 막무가내로 들어올 수 있는 장소가 그곳에 무단 침입이라니 생각조차 해본 적 없어서.
To be fair, they don't show you the faults, do they? What now? Usually I would use my intuition to choose the best course of action and lead the sinners during a mission. But who would have thought that the HQ, which was meant to brief us about the mission in the first place, would come under attack, especially while we were left without a guide.
그래.
Fine, I didn't expect them to come find me themselves.
거미줄을 쳐놓으면 먹이는 알아서 걸려들기 마련이니.
Intend to wait for their prey to stumble into it after all. A plume of cigarette smoke lingered for a moment before scattering into the air. When I looked at Ryoshu's face, what I saw was an expression of strange euphoria.
요슈 씨, 혹시 당신에게는 이 모든 상황이 그저 재밌는 일에 지나지 않는 건가요?
Assad shot an incredulous look at Ryoshu, who was nonchalantly puffing the rest of her cigarette to ash. Sure is.
그토록 고대하던 시간이
Long-awaited moment has finally found me.
두근거리는 게
Why wouldn't I
당연하지.
be excited? It's just...
하지만
But don't presume.
유희에 대한 기대와 진심은 별개의 영역.
Excitement for the coming pleasure will not interfere with my
나는
effectiveness.
단 한순간
I'd never once let enjoyment get in the way of taking the job seriously.
이전에도
Not ever.
지금도
Not now. Isn't it usually the other way?
여기까지 올 거라 했지. 버스 기사를 데려간 놈도
카론 씨한테 무슨 일이라도 생기면 붉은 시선님을 볼 면목이 없어요.
대화가 안 되는군. 거미들이 버스 기사를 건드리진 않을 거다. 버스 기사는 커다란 먹잇감을 낚기 위한 미끼일 뿐. 그러니 볼썽사납게 떨지 말고 세팅이나 하도록.
네?
이 트럭의 뒷문. 지금 당장 본사 연구소로 연결할 수 있는 건가?
잠시만요. 가능하긴 한 본사로 직행하는 뒷문 포탈을 이용하려면 좌표에 맞는 보안 코드를 확인해야 해서 조금 시간이 걸릴 거예요.
곧 내 놈을 쫓아올 녀석을 상대하고
Gives us time to deal with the other thing. Assad navigated through the vehicle's machinery with her remaining arm. The sinners all began to keep watch on their surroundings, weapons at the ready.
그런데 본사로 가도 괜찮은 거 맞나요? 함정에 제발로 들어가는 기분인데.
차라리 대관원에 도움을 요청하는 건 어떨까요?
방법은 될 수 있겠지. 하지만 본사가 엮인 이상 친분이 있다 해도 날개의 손을 빌려 해결했다간 차후 어마어마한 대가를 치러야 할 거다. 관리자님, 어떻게 하시겠습니까?
We'll head straight to HQ research facility as soon as Sada opens the portal. It wasn't hard to intuit that Ryoshu's turn had arrived, given her evident excitement. If so, the back door leading to the HQ, which Ryoshu intended to use, would be the path we were meant to take this time.
각오하는 게 좋을 거다. 이 앞은 분명 나락일 것이고 나락은
And
언제
there
기다리고
in its
있던 게
depths lies something that has always been waiting for me.
천장의 소리.
Odd strums above us, blocking the vehicle's roof. We have been found.
이거 부서지기 전에 일단 넓은 곳으로 나가는 게 낫지 않겠냐?
아니요. 이 트럭은 피사의 특이점이 적용되어 있다고 했잖아요. 외부로부터 안전하게 보호해주는 거요. 오히려 안에 있는 게 안전한 건 맞지? 지금 천장에 살짝 금 간 것 같지 않아?
I can see a crack in the ceiling.
그럴 리가. 분명 탄성이 강해서 어지간한 힘에는 휘기만 할 텐데.
차량형 이동장치 외벽에 피사의 특이점이 적용된 것은 맞습니다. 그래서 트럭은 밖에서 볼 때보다 안이 넓고 외부 충격으로부터 방어하기 좋죠. 다만 피사에서 저희가 탑승했던 실험 모델과 달리 이 차량은 비포팀의 원활한 배치를 목적으로 운영되는 저가형 모델로 보이는군요. 충분한 성능을 위해서는
As I say, for a singularity technology to perform at a competent level, a higher level of investment is required.
허용될 수 있다는 겁니다.
The budget model still not being countered,
고래라는 거네.
so they cheapened up.
그렇다면 거미 집의 아비는 아니군. 아비 중 한 명이었다면 이 정도 벽은 첫
If it were one of them, the first shock would have shattered this wall into pieces. Excuse me?
처음부터 강한 놈이 나타나는 건 너무
Rio, don't say that! Don't just say that! You... You... Fuck. Not that one. Where did the... Oh, this. And then this, sorry. Nurse fathers? Wait, you mean the same people Li Hang... We'll have to time for speculation later! Manager, the ceiling's about to cave in. Go for the kill the moment they get inside. Who the fuck are you? Though we were readying ourselves to skewer the intruder the moment he stepped inside. We had to immediately backtrack on the idea when we saw who he was carrying.
일부러 저자의 팔만 잘라내고 그 흔적을 따라 추적했나.
예상대로 동료들에게 도움을 구하기 위해 온 것을 보니 반응을 지켜본 것은 판단이었던 것 같군요.
The intruder continued, glancing toward Sod. As if in response to that, Ryoshu placed her hand on her scabbard. Ryoshu?
버스 기사가 다칠 일은 없을 테니.
Bus driver is okay.
그런 식의 난장 피우지 마라.
네? 그게 무슨...
Ryoshu ignored Sinclair and rushed towards the intruder, her scabbard cleaving through the air.
막았나?
인질은 신경도 쓰지 않으시는 겁니까?
내 놈들이 죽게 둘 리 없지. 인질의 목숨으로 붉은 길잡이의 분노를 살 계획은 없을
You wouldn't dare let her die unless you planned to get him mad. Like Ryoshu said, the intruder was only defending himself against her strikes without harming Karen. As the other sinners were stepping up to join the assault.
전투의 예법을 다하기 위해 한 분씩 상대해드리려 했습니다만 스승님이 올 때까지 이 자리를 넘겨줘서는 안 되는 상황인지라.
Intruder gestured with his hand, and strange, bizarre things dropped through the ceiling with the thumb.
필요 무기를 사용해야겠군요.
조건... 비틀림이나...
No, I think they're people.
저 자식이 말한 그 스승이란 놈 베르길리우스가 상대하고 있댔지?
특색날이 분명 카론군이 붙잡혀서 제대로 싸우지 못하고 있는 것이라 생각한다네.
카론을 구해서 본사도 어디든 도망치기만 해도 길잡이가 전력을 다할 수 있는 거 아니냐?
당장 할 수 있는 건 그게 최선인 것 같긴 하네요.
Yeah. Let's be careful and prioritize Karen's safety above all else. Just in case.
여러분에게 도움이 되었으면 좋겠네요.
Turn this fucking shit off. The ring corpus auto mannequin combatant. If the main target has 3 plus types of negative effects, final power plus 1. Muscular contraction. Animated liberation of bones. Interesting. Automated myofiber activity. Deal 50% damage per stack. Add 2 stacks. Convert all coins in this skill Tacticals into unbreakable. Okay, so don't hit the guy's defender. Got it. Leave them alone. Just do this. Now this making you think.
알리자님? 그게 맞나요?
단순해서 좋건 9번 수급자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
Excuse me.
죄인인가?
I win, dumbass. Get wrecked. Huh? You just... What? The fuck?
이 기회에 마음껏 공격해보자고.
I'll do this and deal with it.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
Liberation of bone?
이렇게 시원하게 처리하니 보는 맛이 나는군. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한 법이지.
That is annoying.
이번엔 이놈인가? 나도 그대로
꿰어소리라.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Die.
여러분들 분주해지셨네요. 무언가 깨달으신 게
No defense.
아무래도 핵심적인
Wonderful.
힌트를 얻으면 들뜨긴 하지.
Wonderful.
그대로 무너져라. 너는 위대한 일격을 기록하는 중이라고. 이따가 버스에서 회고해야지 않겠는가?
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
We don't have a wave with him, so he's either his own thing, or he's gonna have another small wave in front of him. Or he's just gonna give us Charon after beating up all of these pointless constructs.
기가 튀고
Oof.
그간의 전투 경험이 쓸모가 없진 않았군요. 적합한 조치였습니다.
이쁘네. 네 피부. 기대돼. 연을 같이. 그대로 무너져. 좋아. 이걸로 사건 해결.
전개가 예상되는 삼추 소 수준의 전투였군.
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
행진을 멈추지 마라. 이 좁디 좁은 왕국을 넘어 멸망한 그 땅으로 돌아가.
Okay, boss time.
보아라. 저들이 우리의 모습을 우러러 보는 것을.
Honestly, I'll put that one in. That's pretty good. Is yours bleed or is it middle related? Oh, it's... Nope. Don't think any of them are blunt, really. Don't care about rupture. That's an ammo ID. And this one's whoever's you deal more if you're going faster? Oh, just on evade, gain speed. Okay, yeah. Normal Sinclair is actually the best. Funny enough to say. Yeah. That's fine.
나설 만한 곳이어야 할 겁니다.
또 3번 수감자가 헛짓이라도 했나 보군.
What will number 3 do this time? The Thumb Apprentice, Lucio. Textbook with a singular purpose. Gain Thumb Nurse Father's command. In a clash against Ryoshu, -3 and convert the coin on its user and convert it into unbreakable coins. On hits don't activate. Okay. That's how unbreakable coins should be anyway, but after clashing, inflict 1 duet escalates against the target this unit clashed against. In a clash against target with duet escalates, heal 3 SP for every duet escalates, up to 15. So up to 5 duets. Gain the following effect based on duet escalate stack. For every stack, deal 5% against and take -5% from the target. 1+ in a clash against target, gain 1 clash power, gain 1 base. Clash against target, gain 1 coin power. So these are progressively, they're replacing each other. Inflict 3 severed tendon on hit. Base attack skill, base damage power -1 for every stack. Gain firepower +1. Oh wait, no, these aren't stacking. Maybe these are, and then this just gets added here. I hope. Over 3 turns, select a random enemy except Ryoshu, reduce their speed to 1, and target it with all of this unit's skills. If this effect cannot be activated due to stagger, activate it next turn. Palermitian Rapier, the Cleaving Blade. This unit's skill effect triggers Tremor Burst, gain offense level 2. The panic recover to 0. Hi, Mana and friends. Thank you for the raid. Let me introduce myself. I am Serial Designation O. I am a murder drum. But that's not the important thing here. What were you doing, Mana? Were you having a good stream? I'm getting to enjoy some new content today. The rare stream that I get to do. What were you doing? So. Okay. Expires if they did not clash with them. Oh. Interesting. First game glitched out. Only fix would be to go back 7 updates on your driver? Oh no. I'm sorry that happened, Mana. That's unfortunate. Hopefully you can relax with you and your viewers can relax here for a little bit. Enjoy the wonderful music and the story that's going to be unfolding for the next 4 hours, about. I took way too long to get my stream to start, if that makes you feel any better. Hello, Jazz. Beauty Rage. Wonderful. Can this win? No. Have to use that. That's unfortunate. That'll help, though. Off to some murdering. I see. Yeah, I might as well do that then. That's not great. That should be better. Target as duet. Deal 30% damage. Inflict 1. I need to hit somebody to do that, so Rekindled Exhilaration. Deal 10% damage to the House of Spider enemies. When staggered, immediately recover from stagger at the start of the turn and gain an attack power up. What the fuck is going on, Ryoshu? Hostage situation. -1 clash power. Oh. Yeah, okay. I see. So my best choice for damage is going to be Ryoshu. I see. Come on, Don Quixote. That's a neat sword. That's it, Gregor. That's not great. Where's my whistle? Or who got the whistle? I didn't see any whistle in here. What the fuck? Ha! Excellent, but your form needs some additional correction. Sancho got it. Oh, it's one ally only, that's why. Everyone can deal with these, but Ryoshu is gonna deal with him. Do that. Don't exactly like that. It's wonderful. You're really making me want to do sinking right now, and I don't want to do that. I want to have fun, you ass. Get stabbed, idiot. I want to have some fun. Ow, you ass. Oh yeah, this is a fun day. Ow. That's fine. That's not fine. In a one-on-one duel, my style has no rival. What level are you? You're 65, but you're basically 60 because of the -5 offense level. That would be why I'm having a little bit of an issue. What level are these guys? They're 55. Yeah, that's why. Hold on. We're gonna start this over again real quick. Shut up, you three. I don't care.
네? 그 반전을 말씀하신 게 아닌 걸까요?
불성산업군. 이 따위로 추하게 도망치게 될지.
This is great. This is fun. I love this. Cool.
퍼레이드는 문제 없었지만 몇몇 고작 이 정도로 만족하려고 페륜의 죄까지.
저희가 해낸 거예요?
Need to do it a few more times.
자, 잘 해결한 것 같네요.
이제 지겨운 그 이사놈도 일을 안 하고 다닌.
오늘도 끝났네. 내일
저희가 해낸 거예요?
No, you actually, that's fine. You, I want to. Good enough. That's what I need. That's good enough. Shut up. I don't care about you, Sinclair. Go away. Try that again.
또 3번 수감자가 헛짓이라도 했나 보고.
That's funny. It's a 0-8. Perfect. Actually, this will be better. I'm upset I don't hear a whistle. Oh well. Weak to slash damage, that's cool. I don't care.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 입값 하도 별것도 아니잖아요.
Oh yeah, turn this shit off. I don't want your notifications. It does have sewing target. For once I can actually use it. Look at that. Gregor.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
Cool. I think she's dead. Well, no, she's not dead, but she's being super hard targeted, and that's not great. I want to both not give you anything, sir. Oh, I can't anyway on that one. You need to. Even if you don't have, but you two don't. Cool. Yeah, I thought so.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없어.
행진했고 이것이 성공의 피날레다.
확실히 훌륭한 오버스한다. 당분의 해안의 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다.
Poor Gregor. But it's fine. He now has no more stagger threshold. He will be wonderfully fine. Yeah, she's fine. Stab.
먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
Gain stack off of that, right? Lose torn stack SP. Just use it now while I have control over it. That's new.
퍼레이드 중에는 말 걸지 않는 게 좋겠지?
식사는 즐기고 있나?
La Mancha Parade. That's... I don't remember that effect being there. Interesting. Do your best, Otis. Yeah, you need to rotate. Kill this man. Do it. Woof.
이번엔 네 놈인가? 나도 거기
쏘리라.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
Damn it, Otis.
의심, 암귀, 불안과 공포 그런 것들을 들끓을 때가 가장 취약하죠. 알아듣겠습니까? 지금이 적기라는 것입니다.
고귀하게.
This is... Okay. Oh. Gregor. One job. SP down, my good sir.
먹였네.
Slowly but surely, one by one. Oh, that skill takes up 2 spaces. Oh, cool. Love that. It's awesome. You know what? I'll just do that. Why not? Ugh. Just hit me. He sang.
눈부시지 않고 두려워하지 마.
저까지 아프네요.
지갑이 터졌나?
그만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Cool. He's just faster. That's neat.
누가 누구에게 말을 거는 거지?
Oh, that's it.
죄인인가?
경외감 속에 숨어.
Being staggered is wonderful. So little bleed count is making me upset.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
Oh, you're leaving?
뒷문이 있는 쪽을 저쪽에 빼앗겼어요.
상황은 똑같아. 저자를 처리하고 기사 양반을 데리고 본사.
진짜 더 몰아붙여야 하는데.
Despite Ryoshu's assurance, the sinners did not share her confidence that no harm would come to Charon. So they were confined to fending off the animated corpses, unable to fight aggressively. Ryoshu was the only one unfazed enough to raise a sword against the assailant in this crumpled battlefield.
팔을 더 직선으로 뻗으라고. 몇 번을 도대체 몇
Father,
번을
some
말해야
half-wit, arms straight, I said. How many times? Just how many times must I repeat myself?
그거 맞았다고 엄살은. 일어나. 안 일어나? 뭘 잘했다고?
Stop making a fuss. It couldn't have hurt that much. On your feet, get off your ass. What makes you think you deserve a break? Quit being a whiny little brat and pick up that sword. Trash slates. See? That wasn't so hard, was it? I'll rip your hair clean off your head, so get your act together. You're no stranger to this sword style. Palermitian style. I've since trained in it as well. Did you learn it from Valencia, that booze hound?
그런 저속한 단어로 그분을 욕보이지 마시게. 스승님께서 팔레르모를 전수해 주시며 당부하신 명령이 있습니다. 당신의
The
검술
temper and hone it until my mastery of it becomes indistinguishable from yours.
이제 제 팔레르모는 거미 집에 있던 과거의 당신과 비슷한 수준에 도달했습니다.
검수를 배워 이해하는 것도 아니고 그저 날 베껴내려 했다. 그깟 흉내내기를
Wasting
위해
time over such
시간을
mimicry, it's beyond ridiculous.
모방뿐이라면
If you know more than a copycat, then the angle of the wrist, the distance between the feet, and the balance of the sword itself.
검의 무게중심.
Every one of these has to be exact, because even a single incongruity.
왜 처맞을 걸 알면서도 자세가 자꾸 달라지니? 받지 않은 대가리 쓰지 말고 알려준 방법대로만 해. 외운 것만 빼먹지 말고 그냥 움직이라고.
Take what you memorize and move. The sooner you become the blade that cuts through all, the better. Oh, then can I.
언제 무너질지 모르는 외줄타기 같은 검술.
Will break your forearm, making your swordsmanship as precarious as a tightrope walker headed straight for a fall. You're no different from those wind-up dolls over there.
태엽 인연이어도 상관없습니다. 당신 또한
You likewise are unable to recall and properly wield the Pilarium style, which tells me my usefulness was not yet run its course. I must perfect every form you've been taught, even if it must repeat the same stance 1,000, no 10,000 times over. If I am to be a perfectly tailored textbook for you.
내놈 같은 애새끼 학습지 교본은 필요 없다면?
What if I said I had no need for childish study aids? Your rejection is inconsequential. My role as your textbook has always begun. I illustrate my very own art for you until you slash and cleave beyond recognition.
눈이 다시 아작난 걸 보니까 여기 맞네. 우리 티켓 있는 곳. 내가 말했잖니, 루치오.
Who the f is that? Okay. Lucio, you could spend years honing your skills, but that still won't be enough to catch up to our Yoshide. Punch. Man staggered a little, his head jerking to the side from the impact of the blow. Is it obvious now that you've seen it yourself? How sad and pathetic your progress is. This is the problem with greenhorns who haven't had a taste of the war. They don't know what it's like to crawl through the muck and grime of the battlefield, where the slightest inattention can get your head blown clean off.
팔아도 모가지가 터져버리는 곳에서 진짜
I like her voice. They did a good job picking it.
강자를 상대할 때는 힘으로 맞서지 말고 칼끝을 걸어 공격을 흘려보내라고 내가 몇 번이나 강조했잖아.
Redirect the force of their attack to the side by locking the arc with the tip of your sword. I've said it time and again.
자수를 상대할 때는
When you're outnumbered, lower your form and draw wide arcs with your sword. Did you forget everything I drilled into you after shouting myself hoarse? Secure a corner. Force them to get you in a single file. Because positioning is everything. Didn't I tell you all of this before? Yoshihide is to recall even one more lesson from you. Textbook can't afford to have any defects. But you did manage to collect this one as instructed. Maybe you're not completely useless after all. Hatred thick in her voice, Ryoshu hissed the thumb Nurse Father under her breath as she shifted into a blade drawing stance against the second assailant. Have you been doing, Ticket? Your form's really become a wreck since you were away. Just seeing that sloppy grip makes me sigh. You had to beat the habit out of you back in the day, remember? Still, this reunion's been a long time coming, so I suppose I owe you a bit of courtesy. You're old enough now to understand what I'm saying without me having to resort to the occasional backhand, aren't you? Ticket? Still intend on calling me that, huh? Clearly, you're still just a sad sack of shit stuck wallowing in a sinkhole of your own making. Did you just call me a sack of shit? Did you know your place before barking at your betters? Sensing a sudden presence outside, the so-called thumb nurse father snatched Karen onto her arm and swiftly assumed a fighting stance. Oh. Virgil. Yes!
삼추소 수준의 전투였군.
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
Adjutant, it seems I must apologize for what has happened today. Virgilius, I was stalled by my personal issues and a certain unresolved business from the past. They're not from these assailants, so don't worry needlessly. It just so happens I was involved in a rather troublesome matter prior to encountering them. It's not my fault. I should have protected her. Saad's voice trembled as she apologized profusely to Virgilius. Heckin' nerds. Hi Quasar, how are you doing? This happened because I couldn't stop him from going after you. And of course, he had to go for your arm. We're seeing second. Go get it treated the moment we deal with this situation. I will. Julius met the thumb nurse father's gaze head on. Ooh. Ooh, Virgil. Oh no. The thumb, the finger that makes up for their incompetence with duplicity and cowardice, only to then hide it all behind their mask of honor. You appeared exactly as we received the transmission that the HQ research facility was under attack. Then your purpose here must be to stall me by any means, even if you have to resort to an old and tired method like taking a hostage. The way you're acting this, I nailed it. She's your cake. Remember, Ticket? Remember when I told you when you were so immodestly stuffed your face with that cake and smeared cream all over yourself? Smiling like an idiot such filth makes me want to smack that cake to the floor. So don't you dare let on even a hint of craving for that cake while I'm looking, no matter how sweet and delicious it might be. What did I say, Ticket? What did I say? If you're gonna start trouble, better not show it on your face, else I'll catch on. Tell me, why are you... You know what? Be like that. Keep mum and brood in silence all you want. That... I'll find that. And I'll split... You're not getting past me. You think this eye is just for show? I don't know how much confidence you're putting in that eyeball, but I doubt you'll stall me for more than that half-functioning relic of yours. With that half-functioning relic of yours. A trickle of blood had begun dribbling down the intruder's cheek from her covered eye. But she grinned without a care. It's starting to hurt more and more the closer I got to Ticket. But it's gonna get better. Ticket's about to leave this place, you see. Shithead, I'm not here to... You're not here to kill me, are you? Shithead, rude bitch, have you forgotten all about manners? The woman seemed to be having a hard time holding her hand back from striking Ryoshu. I'm gonna... But after a few deep breaths, she visibly relaxed and continued on. Glad you finally figured that out. Now fuck off as soon as that back door opens. The other nurse fathers are waiting for you there, so show some proper manners. Oh? Or is that brain of yours too messed up to remember who's who and which is which? Why don't you take this time to think of what you're gonna say to them? Zip it. Oh, the eye, the eye, the thumb nurse father muttered viciously. I hate presumptuous idiots. You don't know this place, but into conversations. Friends of yours, Ticket? Yeah. So, then I don't suppose there's anything wrong with sending them all there. After all, why discourage a swarm of flies from flying straight into the web we've spun? Her eye fixed intently on Virgilius, the thumb nurse father slowly backed away from the back door and opened the way for us. The back door to the HQ hasn't opened yet. We have to rescue Heron first, then... I don't know, Virgilius. Virgilius continued coldly as though he was reading my mind. You're all in my way. Yeah. They want us to go there, it's very obvious. Couldn't want your dash. I don't want your dash of red to snip our elaborate web to pieces. Thank you, Sod. Every firewall protecting connections to HQ has been bypassed. Yes. Portal connection to HQ established. Coming with? If Faust goes, I'll be the only one left here who knows how to operate the backdoor calibrator. You better not die, Sod, I swear to God. Then we'll go on ahead. As always, Ryoshu did not prolong the conversation. She did not bother to impart even a quick goodbye, as she walked into the shadows that awaited us beyond the corridor. I gave Sod a nod in her stead. Yes, Virgilius. before Sinner's thread is pulled tautly. It is precariously close to snapping, but is also sharper than any blade, that it might sever all that it comes into contact with. You must remember that. What kind of thread is Virgilius talking about? Snapping, severing. I wasn't yet sure what exactly he was referring to, but I won't be severed, not with the chains binding us together. No, Dante, he's referring to Ryoshu, I replied, absent-mindedly rubbing the area where the chains that connected me to the sinners had burst out of. Let us proceed, Dante. With Virgilius's words hanging heavy over us, we made our way into the back door connecting to the HQ research facility. I'd better be able to snap her neck later. I swear to God.
어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Thank you, Dawn. Please shut up.
우리가 이룰 수 있는
LC 부서입니다.
Elevator? Arriving at the LCE department. Hey, what the Oh. The sight that greeted us was nothing like we remembered from our last visit for the regular checkup. We're too late. I thought HQ's reinforcements would have been holding the line, or at the very least, I'd walk into a battle. Yet there was nobody left standing, much less making a run for it. All we could see were bodies slumped across the floor, filling the corridor in motionless silence.
이렇게까지 처참하게 당했을 줄은 예상 못했는데.
Either, Shmuel, what the fuck? So have you got any idea how many of the LCE are actually combat ready? The ego gears they wear are researched and distracted with combat purposes in mind. Tends to encounter more combat tryouts and experiments compared to the other research-focused departments. The vast majority of its employees are required to have completed basic training pertaining to the aforementioned. As for the eco equipments, although the current research and extraction process may be sophisticated enough to see some considerable results in combat, it would seem that they were ill-equipped to handle a pre-planned ambush as this. Fat chance those lab nerds could do anything in a real fight, let alone against the spiders out on the prowl. Memories come flooding back, researchers jotting down our checkup results on piles of paper, and Hohenheim with his droopy, tired eyes leafing through the file. We barely exchanged goodbyes when we rounded up the burnt-out lab staff. We were already pulling their hair out. Reading is a thing I can do. We'd barely exchanged goodbyes when we rounded up the burnt-out lab staff, who were already pulling their hair out from their sheer level of stress to oversee another experiment in progress. Assault. If you happen to notice anyone who looks like Hohenheim, let me know ASAP. I have identified 3 bodies in various states that make immediate recognition challenging. However, their statures and attire make it extremely unlikely that any of them are Hohenheim. Looks of it, they probably didn't even get the chance to put up any meaningful resistance before they were killed. With a glum look in his eyes, Gregor examined the bodies strewn across the floor. Results are wonderful. Out of 32, 26 show identical physical trauma. Identical? Every one of them has a spiral-shaped perforation at the center of their chest over where the heart is. It causes this to be the same type of spiral weapon they are holding in their hands, manager. These spirals, I think they pulled them out themselves, but why would... Soft. Ryoshu cast her gaze down, quietly eyeing her palm. From cryptic words and the contemplative look on her face, I could easily guess that she was taking a trip through the shadows of her past, touching an invisible object with her palm and feeling its texture and sense of something that should have been there. in her hands. And I have been through enough to know that we would be revisiting her past together. However, what I witnessed was completely different from the memories of the other sinners I'd seen so far. The vision I saw was completely fragmented, as if a blade had cut her memories into pieces. Within Ryoshi's memory, something did indeed rest in her palm. However, I couldn't even make out whether its hue was closer to black or white. Was it some kind of food? A weapon, or something else entirely? Even the expression that crossed her face when she saw it and the words that slipped from her lips in that moment escaped me. One thing I saw for sure, though, was that the person who was in all likelihood the person who in all likelihood had given it to her was letting out a lazy puff of smoke swirling into the air, watching Ryoshu's reaction in complete ease. I gazed back upon the cryptic scenes of Ryoshu's memory that flashed before my eyes. Ryoshu, is there anything you remember? Saru. That name's all I can remember. As you've seen, Clock, my mind has been hacked to tatters. The sequence and the shapes, everything is in tangles. There's nothing I can explain about my memory. It seems we've got the gist of the situation. The worst case scenario here would be a breach from the outside happening while abnormalities, distortions, and precatula break containment all at once. That's something I don't want to think about. We've been fighting trespassers and all kinds of monsters broken loose. Precisely, that sums up our present circumstance. Right. I just wasted no time to deliver the conclusion that killed everyone's morale. Let's start with the beginning. First, the LC department found itself under attack by a group of unidentified hostiles 2 hours prior. The weapons used to massacre the researchers are not uniform. The victims appear to have been killed with a various assortment of arms. My darling daughter. Eyes on me when using straight weapons that leave the farthest reaching arcs. Eyes on me when using weapons that kill with the tiniest incisions. Eyes on me when using flexible weapons that crush anything that may make contact with them. What a tangled mess, just like that bastard. Our weapons were used here, damn. Yoshi whipped her hair back, furrowing her eyebrows in annoyance. Safe to say that the killer's adept with at least 3 different kinds of weapons. Moving on. This was a surprise attack carried out without any delay whatsoever, and the LCCE had no time to plan a counterattack. It was, for lack of better words, a massacre. Now, here's something that demands our attention. It appears the invaders had the abnormality containment units opened only after they confirmed that the surprise attack had been carried out successfully. That sure is fishy. I mean, shouldn't it be the other way around? Unlock the containment units first, let the monsters wreak havoc through the facility, then swoop in during the chaos and finish off the stragglers? That'd be the easier course of action. Indeed, the enemy's strategy is highly unusual. As for why they resorted to such an unusual move, there are 2 plausible explanations. Firstly, that the enemy may be comprised of fighters skilled enough to forgo a diversion tactic. I mean, there could be more who are as strong as the women in the truck who kidnapped Charon. Yay. Secondly, that the enemy may have had purposefully unleashed abnormalities from the cages as a follow-up measure. I don't think that's what you're saying. Maybe disguise it. No, the chance. of cover-up is already non-existent, unless they had precise knowledge of savagery abnormalities that would devour the corpses clean. The enemy would never have left such identifiable wounds on their victims. It makes more sense that their goal was to delay HQ's main reinforcements to keep them from reaching the scene on time, as we did. A delay tactic. I see. Maybe they were looking for something? Possibly. They must have had a specific object in mind when they broke through. It should be here somewhere. What about the golden bows? Is that not an option? It's a possibility. Abikyoken. Yay! I don't like these, but I gotta deal with it anyway. Fuck. God damn it. Music's good. It's just 11 enemies. Okay, that's not too bad. That's a big wheel. It looks bigger than normal, at least. Deal with it. Quasar, how are you doing?
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요. 놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Is very interesting. Ryoshu has bad memory. Wonderful. Thank you, Amiya. Oh, did we have more than one wave? No.
좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 작자라는 걸 준비해두지.
Yeah, kill him.
죄인인가?
We're fine. I hope everyone is enjoying themselves.
이외에 특별히 첨언할 이유도 없군.
아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어.
이 혈투 승리로 이끌겠다.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
아류 산초 경혈 육수.
Kill them. Or salt. There you go. Oop.
미안하게 고통.
이번엔 이 놈인가? 나도 거들.
그대로 꿰었소리라.
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
실밥이 터졌나?
Big guy.
평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
식사는 즐기고 있나?
Still has the third kindred, which is interesting.
가족이 되기 약하군.
아류 산초 경혈 육수. 찢겨라.
분홍투성이가 되어
좋아. 도입하기에 성공했어. 계속 몰아붙이자.
야, 쟤네 완전 스펙 꼬른 놈들처럼 흐느적거리는데?
Took all the bloody pissed on liquor. Or they took on all the bloody pissed on liquor. I love you, Keith. So British. British. Yes.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
아류 산초 경혈 육수. 찢겨라.
따스한 피.
Ugh.
그대들의 면면이 밝고 생글거려 이르와 휘날래.
꿰뚫려라.
Good.
이걸로 사건 해결.
전개가 예상되는 삼추 소스.
Very interesting.
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
Shut the fuck up. Very interesting panel.
어버이를 향한 죄책감도
A big
피를
kill
마시는
can
순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
more
다를 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
continuable. Interesting.
수 있는 라만 차렌드를 뒤엎는다.
이 기회에 평소 제 실력을 확인해보죠, 따태. 하던 대로 해보십시오.
There we go, that's better. Don't need to capture the cursor because there's an on-screen cursor. We're fine. 12 enemies. Okay. 2 waves. Quote unquote.
퍼레이드와 피날레. 위에서 당신을 관리자로 정한 데에는 합당한 이유가 있겠지. 기대하고 있겠습니다, 따태.
Need to check something. Okay, cool. It is titled correctly on YouTube. Wonderful, love that. Cool, cool, cool. Perfect. Get rid of this countdown because I don't need it anymore. I wish Meld would tell me when I have ads. But no. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. Just about, I think. Hope you're doing good, Quasar. Hope you're also doing good, Mana. If you're still here.
훌륭하오. 기회에 특별히 첨언할 이유가 있다.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어.
승리로 이끌
돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
There we go.
죄인인가?
그렇지. 그게 바로 핵심 증거라고.
이대로 몰아붙이면 아무 저항도 못하고 사건이 해결될 수밖에 없겠는데요?
다리 한 쪽이 작살났네. 그러면 이제 메타작을 피할 방법이 없지.
행진의 꽃. 이것이 서곡의 피날 확실히 훌륭하군.
위원을 가진
수감자. 덕분에
그대로
위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지.
예.
단순해서 좋군. 9번 수감자.
승리로 이끌
물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 아류산 초평열 80.
Wonderful.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
Perfect.
따스한 피. 눈높이를 낮춰라.
엄청나게 강한 일격을.
위세가 올랐어. 적군들에게 본때를 보여줘도 될 것 같은데?
Oh, we're at 7. This will be a fun one to watch.
따스한 피.
벗어날 수 있다고 생각해.
그대로 꿰어소리라.
이대로 내몸 총알이 나오면 나름의 예술이겠고. 누가 누구에게 말을 거는 거지? 누가 누구에게 말을 거는 거지? 누가 누구에게 말을 거는 거지?
Oh, she needs to do that. Okay. I'm stupid. I needed to block. I'm a very smart person.
떨거지는 잘라낸다. 아류산 초평열 80. 갈라지도록.
왕의 비율을 하사한다.
구멍투성이가 되어
경외감 속에 숨어. 시선은
Has to kill him.
약점은 명백해.
좋아. 이걸로 사건 해결.
전개가 예상되는
Wonderful.
3추 소 수준의 전투였군.
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔.
Paradox of the spiral.
우리가 이룰 수 있는 유일한 꿈이니까.
As we were battling our way through the escaped Pecatula, Gregor came to a sudden stop.
잠깐. 어디서 숨소리 같은 거 안 들려? 좀 희미하긴 한데.
There's breathing nearby.
들린다. 이쪽 부근이고.
This general direction. He stared at the giant containment chamber door where it lay on the ground, smashed and knocked loose.
세종이나 다른 적해체일 가능성은?
낮은 편이다. 소리의 호흡이 불안정하고 작으니 부상당한 인간의 것에 가깝다.
Thank you, Mersault.
오티스 씨. 생존자의 가능성이 조금이라도 있다면 구하는 게 맞지 않겠어?
본사에 나쁜 인상으로 작용하진 않겠군.
We knelt around the fallen door, slipped our fingers under the debris, and lifted. The door rose with a loud metallic creak. Elisa! Underneath the door was a woman, her breathing shallow. She was one of the Hohenheim's researchers who guided us through the regular checkup. Elisa, I'm Elisa. Yeah, I didn't think you'd remember my name. Alicia slowly shared her name, her voice strained as if she was squeezing the air out of her lungs. She was covering her chest with her hands, overcome with pain. Okay, Miss Alicia, are you? Every breath hurts so much. I couldn't call out for help. It reminds me of what Boss used to say. We're not the main characters of the story, so upon the proverbial coin flip, we can only wait to see if it'll land heads or tails.
동전이 던져진다면 앞이 나올지 뒤가 나올지.
Alicia let out a brief dejected chuckle before wincing with pain.
아니, 아프다는 양반이 무슨 농담 따먹기야. 잠깐.
Alicia's hand was grasped around the same spiral-shaped rod that the bodies in the hallway were holding.
무슨 일이 일어났던 거지?
The alarm system. The alarm didn't go off. Even the smallest accidents or issues triggered the alarm to go off in our department. Boss was adamant about installing the system, said that he didn't want to repeat the fall of Lobotomy Corporation. The pain grimace crept into Alicia's expression as she tried to calmly continue her explanation. It wasn't just from what she was staked through her chest. The alarm system didn't go off, not even when the employees realized that the facility was under attack. No, it's not supposed to behave that way. It wasn't. She waited quietly as Alicia caught her breath. We waited quietly as Alicia caught her breath and calmed down. The lights suddenly died. We thought it was the experiment we were conducting. Boss groused from time to time about how much energy it eats. Damn it, I should have noticed that something was off. Lisa blamed herself to no avail, her voice growing faint. So I thought it was just a temporary power outage. No one thought much of it because it didn't trigger the alarm system. Yeah, it's understandable. I was heading to the research hall to retrieve something, and that's when I heard the sound of dress shoes click-clack echoing through the dark hallway. Not too slow, not too fast. A relaxed but Gate, no one in our apartment walks like that. We're always so busy that we are always walk in a slight jog. Then a terrible dying scream followed. Before the massacre began, like a hellish nightmare that just wouldn't end, no one knew what was going on. Help! Who's there? All I knew was that I had to run. And something whistled through the wind and felt something hot across my chest. I looked down and saw this thing had pierced me. And I passed out. When I woke up, someone had forcibly unlocked all the containment units. Abnormalities, Pecatrilla, even distortions running amok, and I was pinned down by a containment unit door that got knocked off its frame. So you weren't with Hohenheim or other people when it occurred. Boss must have been by the conference hall. Could you get the pen and paper from the pocket? Mr. drew a simple map on the piece of paper. Don't know if the others are safe, but follow this map and you should at least be able to see for yourself, or at least get a clue of what happened.
그래. 대강 알겠으니까 이제 상처 좀 살펴보자.
Gregor replied calmly. Alex, the wound keeps bleeding. This ain't your usual weaponry. Will you recognize this? Heathcliff asked Otis with palpable concern.
체내로 파고드는 구조로 보인다. 살상보다는 제압에 특화된 공방 제품 중 하나인 것 같군.
이 정도 물건을 쑤셔 넣었다는 건 죽이고 싶었다면 충분히.
Wow. And they would have been very easily killed the victims then and there too.
묶어두고 싶었던 건지 아니면 악취일 뿐인 건지.
가만히 있었기에 오히려 무사했나.
She passed out, Otis. It wasn't her choice.
현명했기보다는 너무 아파서.
상처를 봉합하거나 치료할 수 있는 걸 찾아온다면 무게를 뽑을 수 있지 않겠는가?
You're not gonna walk around with that thing in your chest forever, right? Let's pull it out, get the wound treated, and it's no use. No, pulling it out isn't the hard part. It's just inadvisable. If you force it out of her, then she'll end up like all those bodies in the hallway. Yeah, this spiral burrows endlessly to reach the other side, but paradoxically it cannot punch through all the way, because it will never arrive at that point. Sweetheart, this is called a spiral. Once it is lodged inside the body, even the slightest movements will make it burrow deeper into the flesh, forcing the victim to remain physically still. It may not sting any worse than a prick of a thorn at first, but the more you try to yank it free, the further it drills into the body. But no matter how much it keeps digging in, it will never make it to the other side. The closer it gets to the end, the slower it becomes. It can never meet its end point. I give you the once you return with the job done. Remember, if you try to pull it out without it'll tear out everything it tangled itself with as it burrowed through. So stay put exactly as you are if you want to live. Legacy were these fragments of her memories, its remnants. If you try to pull it out without the matching, then once again I recalled Ryoshu's shattered memories with a distinct feeling of drawing something to the surface. The scenes from her mutilated memories. It was as it was generally the case, I didn't know how to exactly I did it. It just came naturally to me the moment I wished it to happen. Ryoshu, what if that spiral needs a certain combination of numbers like a password? To resolve the spiral's paradox, you'll need to find the correct pair. If you try to pull it out without a matching number, then the sword and the scabbard, yin and yang, the past and the future, me and you, everything, regrettably, is paired together with an awfully stubborn connection. Do you understand what it means to die? What it means to sever something? For a brief moment, an odd expression appeared on Ryoshu's face. White hair. Do speak. The spiral can be disabled. It must be something to do with the numbers, like the clock said. But I don't exactly remember what it needs. Know anything about a spiral-shaped weapon called the tortoise spiral? Seems that you've come to understand, if only marginally, how Faust is to be used. As I have visually observed the device, and Ryosha has provided certain keywords to narrow the result, Faust can now know. Are you Google? You're not Google, Faust. Did you just say how you're to be used? Ignoring the curious look from the sinners, Faust carefully walks up to a body and clasps a spiral from their hands. Xenon's tortoise spiral is what Faust calls this device. After some time, Faust pulled the bottom part of the spiral, opening its hatch. It is a lock. The spiral requires a 7-digit combination to release. Also, the spiral's infinitely burrowing nature, despite its inability to ever penetrate the heart, explains why Miss Alice's bleeding will not stop. If it is locked, can we use a fairy to open it? Oh, that's a fair point. She speaks of the F-Corp singularity. If the spiral is locked, as you say, then would not a technology to unlock anything make for the perfect countermeasure? Theoretically, a fairy could indeed be able to unlock it. However, that must first be considered. What first must be considered is the value of the technology applied to the spiral tech weaponry. And only an expensive fairy would guarantee a successful outcome, which would be hard to come by in this immediate moment. Ryosha, the rest of us stared at the spiral lock with a degree of trepidation. We weren't going to be able to brute force a 7-digit lock. This probably won't work, but can we just start with 0 and go from there? Of course he would suggest that. As it is the case with most locks, certain numbers of incorrect attempts would take in his death in it. Don't leave me alone, I'm scared. That's honestly what I'd like to ask. But there might be survivors by the lab. You know our boss, he won't go down so easily. Just go help them instead. Well, this isn't the worst way to go. This way, at least I won't be going into some trivial book of stupid deaths like 100 dumbest researcher deaths. Indeed. Indeed. Perhaps working under Hohenheim has influenced her to put on a mask of aloofness even in situations like these. Moves clearly taking considerable effort on her part to maintain it. Were we in any other situation, I would have asked that these 100 ways to die were to alleviate the tension, but I held my breath and embraced the painful silence. I have a really dumb suggestion. Dawn, can you just, make her one of them? I don't know what that would do, but that feels like something you should do. And it's an easy solution. What? I give thee my word, so hide as best as thou canst when enemies approach. Thou mustn't yield now, I beseech thee. You'd better listen to the lass. She ain't one for empty platitudes. C485. Ryosha quietly muttered to herself. Yeah, I've played an escape room. To find the solution, you begin by gathering the clues. Game, huh? You want to save that researcher, don't you? Then you'll need the serial number on that spiral. Every step we took away from Alicia as she suffered a slow death was painful. I wasn't even sure if we could save her life. Shadows beset the path ahead. C245, I think is what she said. I'm making sure I do my best to remember its... charm. Are we fighting the man with the spirals? Oh boy. I'm assuming it's a man. Ishmael, who had been following the route Alicia had mapped out, stopped in her tracks. Ishmael, what's the matter? Something about this seems off. Yeah, we're heading the right way, but the thing is, this just seems too easy. What's wrong with that? Think back to the path we took to get here. Every other route was crammed with all kinds of obstacles to discourage us from taking a detour.
좌측의 복지부서로 이어지는 통로는 폐쇄된 상태였고 우측의 통제실에 있는 방향은 잔해로 막혀 있었다.
Yeah.
마치 우리가 한 길로만 가도록.
네, 마치 그쪽에서 풀어둔 미끼를 따라가고 있는 것 같아요.
뭐
We
그렇다고
can't
해서
say we're much of an we've much of an alternative, huh?
찝찝하지 않겠냐?
Dodgy, yeah, but nothing we can do about it.
잠깐, 파워. 이것 좀 봐. 환상체가 탈출한 흔적이 보이는군요. 개체명은
Ah, Fey Lantern's out.
거울 던전에서
그 나무 원본이 이거야?
I don't think Fey Lanterns only have Neurally that's broken free. Let's take them down and reduce them back to eggs. If they prey on any survivors who stumble in here, that'll be real trouble. Okay, time to fight the lantern? Is that what we're doing? We're fighting the lantern and it came up as a question mark? Oh, okay. Meh. Meh. 3? Oh. 3, wow. People, that's a lot. Predator to sinners with charm. This skill's attack weight equals number of charmed sinners with charm. How did we get charm? It's based on a number of units in the encounter. Inflict charm on sinners with the slowest speed. So every time the fairy part is destroyed.
지금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 저기에서 싸울 때도 눈에 바로 적을 다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ryoshu.
그러면 이제 메타적을 피할 방법이 없지.
Kill the fucking tree. Kill it. Burn it to the ground.
빠진 모양이라는 건가? 제법 재미있는 구경거리군요, 단테.
Let's hope this one goes well. Oh, Gregor. Good job, you sang. Ooh.
순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지. 단순해서 좋군.
Oh, that is not annoying
좋은 성과를 갖고
at all.
달고 짭짤한 걸 준비해두지.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
Hang on, what's going on with this thing? It doesn't feel like the same entity we ran into in the mirror dungeon. If we are to delve deeper, it appears to mirror the one we encountered in the refraction railway. Words are hard. And while Hohenheim does harbor some interest in this subject, he's not great enough to a genius to turn this curiosity into reality. Then why could this possibility be happening? Hold on, someone left this here. Seems to be a torn page of a note. It's covered in fluorescent paint, so it would be easier to spot. Whoever left it couldn't have known we were coming. It's probably a note left for possible survivors. No reason not to read it. Observation record irregularities written by Moses LCD on-site investigation. Okay, Moses, what's your insight? This entity abruptly escaped its containment unit during their assault. Readers of this note should be warned that this entity shows some irregularities that have not been observed previously. Keep reading the record. Where a high number of employees within this research facility were killed, the Phalanx breached containment. Under the LCE abnormality control protocol, such an escape is known to occur only when an employee with inherently low aptitude exhibits an attachment level exceeding 75% with the LCE Ego Fan Lantern, or when the outcome of the management work is determined to be above good. Okay, so the other guy might be bad. Phalanx, whose escape was triggered by deaths around it, has deviated from its expected behavior pattern of prying on charmed victims one by one, and instead has begun consuming multiple targets at once. Presumably, the entity must have realized that its food reserves were being rapidly depleted. After Iza destroyed the luring unit twice, designated as Blue Fairy in the LCB observation log, Phalanx's aggressiveness significantly increased. At that point, Iza was no longer affected by its charm. Okay. Based on these observations, I was able to establish a hypothesis that anyone who observes a blue fairy for at least 7 seconds and then immediately destroys its head becomes immune to its influence. As this effect applies only to the individual who destroys it, this information may not be of much use to most researchers. However, I shall leave a note of it to be consulted should the need arise. Addendum. When the Fey Lantern identified only a single individual, it did not attempt to charm them, and instead appeared wary enough to simply watch them. Yet, due to its limited sample size, further confirmation would be necessary. That's quite a lot of useful tips. Well, now I think it's got a rough idea of how to deal with it. Alright, let's refer to this record for the intel and try to suppress it again. So whoever breaks it will not be charmed next round. That's what it's saying. Which is useful. Which should probably be he saying. No? It's Otis. Okay. Untroubled analysis. Deal 25% damage. Did you get a new buff? Keen observation. Cannot be charmed. Can be targeted by charm. Deal more damage. Interesting. Shame, it's all skill 1s. Fuck. Kinda sucks. But oh well. I don't know if I want to stagger it. Let's see if it reverts to fairy again. It did not. Okay, good. Because it's staggered. Love that. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. You're gonna stagger it again. Or get the next stagger bar. That's not too bad. The teal-colored fairy appeared again at the tip of the branch. By now everyone knew it was nothing more than bait.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
현명은 그러냐.
야의 고통.
This isn't your first time facing this entity. It won't be as hard as the first time. The sinners seemed to agree. The fairy simply sat there in a near complete stillness, only interrupted by its intermittently vibrating wings. It was as though the fairy knew you were coming. Kill the bitch. Mersault! After lightly leaping into the air, the sinner swung the weapon towards the fairy. But that thing can dodge? Of course it wasn't going to be that easy, assuming that a bait would remain stationary as a complacent thought. The fairy had also lightly flown up into the air and glared at the sinner who dared to attack it. Get out of there, it's starting to move again. Result tried to get away, but its main body had already tightened around the sinner's leg. So what now? Get out of there, it's starting to move again. Result tried to get away, but his main body had already gained 3 fragile and 3 bind. At least he's not one of the important people.
평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
고귀하게 기대를.
술밥이 터졌나?
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 또 두드려 패.
No one gets it. Cool. Oh, Mersault has it. And keen observation. And I guess because it was his thing that caused it. Your guess is as good as mine. backwards. It goes to Otis.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
나라도 그렇게 했을 테지. 이만한 훌륭한
좋아. 방금은 전략했습니다. 계속 밀어붙이자.
산소류 경열 온 라션 끝을 낼 시간.
행진했고 이것이 서독의 피날레.
적화의 연합이었어.
하사한가.
味方が優勢です。今こそ勝機をつかむ時です。
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없거든요.
좋아.
Perfect.
이걸로 사건 해결.
전개가 예상되는 삼추 소 수준의 전투였고.
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
Wonderful.
카니발 그 자체를 대표할 만한 퍼레이드였어. 주인공 의상이 오늘따라 한층 더 돋보이는. 누구
Wayward. Which one is it this time? It's not another one. This music's pretty good. Ooh, Wayward Passenger. 6%, yep.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
Okay, that's not how it works. That's fine. God.
내가 이상한 기류는 기가 막히게 느끼거든.
Piece of shit.
뭔가를 할 것 같긴 한데.
Hemorrhage, poison, electrify, tremoring.
봐.
These portals are very sturdy. Oh boy. That's not great.
가서 할 수 있는 건 다 해보고 오라고. 뭐라 한 주먹거리도 안 되는 놈들이니까.
Okay, let's leave Tremoring for last if we can. Because that one's fine. There we go.
아무튼 놀라운 한방이야.
이것이 서곡의 피날레다.
피가 튀.
단순해서 좋고 두번 수감자. 물론 좋은 성과를 갖고 돌아온다면 달고 짭짤.
Oh, it gains all the buffs. There's gonna be another note.
산초류 경혈온 라샹 끝을 냈다니.
방금 좀 똑똑했다. 옛날에 조직에서 싸울 때도 눈에 바로 적을 다 밀어버리는 놈이 있었지.
God. You bitch. Stop it. Again? In another dimension? Again? Are you kidding me? It remains... Ah, okay. I don't have any gloom skills, so deal with it.
엎드리도록.
그렇지. 그게 바로 핵심 증거라고.
이대로 몰아붙이면 아무 저항도 못하고 싹 사건이 해결될 수밖에 없겠는데요?
따스한 피.
Got two of them.
불도 내가 물을 싫어하는 그들을 지피하는 것이 있었군. 입 밖으로 꺼내는 것도 정말
허레이와 피날레.
마침내 훌륭하고 깊은 수면에 이외에 특별히 첨언할 일도 없군.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
누가 누구에게 말을 거는 거지?
떨거지면 잘라낸다. 산초류 경혈고 라샹. 끝을 낼 시간이.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
이대로 네 총알에 맞는 것도 나름 예술이지. 아직 공동
Yeah, sick.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Love that shit. This fight's been going anything go by. It soon will emerge from one of the dimensional rifts. If we can intuit its next point of emergence, maybe we can deal a fatal blow against it before it fully emerges from the dimensional rift. Pull that shit. Soon the entity began crawling out of the dimensional rift that Don Quixote selected. Though it sensed the Senator's presence before it emerged, it didn't have enough time to act before Don Quixote swung their weapon at it. The entity hurriedly closed the dimensional rift as it fled back into its safety. That seemed to have destabilized the dimensional rift. Opportunity. Your passenger gains 3 offense level down. Gained 3 level up. Also, heads up, we have ads in about 4 minutes. If you don't want to see ads, you can subscribe.
같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없어.
Kill this bitch.
따스한 피.
This is interesting fighting them all again, I will say that much.
경외감 속에 숨어
One part broken. You got 2 minutes before the ads go. When the ads are here, I'll be pausing.
좋아, 이걸로 사건 해결.
전개가 예상되는 3추 소 수준의 전투였군.
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
You did it. Minute and a half.
어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를
Doubt?
마시는 순간에는 생각나지 않을 거다. 그러니
Is it?
가릴 것 없이 마음껏
Apple?
우리가 이룰 수 있는
Root stem, yep.
폼이니까.
Okay.
피를 머금을 시간이네.
Hi again. You piece of shit. Turn this off. So combined to all enemies. This lasts until the roots are broken. Where's roots?
이런 건 몽둥이가 약이지. 두드려 패.
Ow. You bitch. Put those grippers away. The roots gain 3 power for every unbroken arm part that does not gain this effect if the roots are broken. Oh, so we're supposed to break the stems, then break the root. Is that how this is supposed to work? Interesting. One's staggered, we're fine.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌
본인이 헤아리기엔 쉽지 않나 보네.
Let's try breaking the head first.
아류 산초 경혈 육수 느껴라.
그렇지. 그게 바로 핵심 진도라고.
이대로 몰아붙이면 아무 저항도 못하고 사건이 해결될 수밖에 없겠는데요?
This is great. Roots are almost staggered.
방금 건 제대로 안 꺼냈어. 돌아가면 맥주라도 사야겠는걸?
누가 누구에게 말을 거는 거지?
허리다 산피 스며드는 눈높이를 낮춰라.
Almost.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마.
이 혈투를 승리로 이끌
꿰뚫어
아류
퍼지리.
산초 경혈 80 갈라지도록
부위 파괴. 돛대를 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한 한 방이었어요.
Wonderful. More stagger, and we have fragile on him now. Wonderful.
약점이 명백해. 평면적이다.
이렇게 간단하면 김새는데 모든 친구가 말해주고 있어. 역시 저 부분을 푸는 게 정답이었던 거야.
아, 저번에 빌려 읽은 소설에서 본 대사네요. 멋진 재현인걸요?
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
Ensures destroy all parts that are inflicted with too fragile. If the unit has roots, gain audacity until its fruit part is hit. At 4, use a powerful skill that inflicts powerful negative effects. If the unit does not have roots, neither gain nor lose it. When fruit part gets broken, lose it. Interesting.
여러분들 분주해지셨네요. 무언가 깨달으신 게 있는 걸까요?
아무래도 핵심적인 단서를 얻으면 들뜨긴 하지.
In such insolence. Easy.
특별히 첨언할 이유는 아까처럼만 그럼 이번 전투 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
무기를 만드는 것만큼 내가 어버이보다
아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
죄인인가?
산토류 경혈 라샹
효과적이네요.
좋아.
이 방식을
이걸로
기억하는 게
사건
좋겠어요.
해결.
전개가 예상되는 삼추 소 수준의 전투였군.
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
오랜 목마름도 어버이를 향한 죄책감도 피를 마시는
Tangled Fate.
그러니 가릴 것 없이 마음껏 마셔. 그게
이쪽인 것 같아요.
I think it's this way. It's only area with lights on. It says broadcast sector.
여기로 오는 게 맞는 선택이었겠지?
Coming here was the right decision.
섹터로 향하는 길 이외에는 전부 막혀 있었다고 보아도 무방하다.
Looks like we have ended up here one way or another. Hard to see anything when it's this dark.
전력은 대부분 끊겨 있는 상태라.
With most of the power down, doors shouldn't be locked.
한 발짝이라도 더 접근하면 즉시 무력으로 대응할 거야.
Familiar voice boomed from the loudspeaker, delivering a sharp warning.
앞에는 보안용 지뢰가 잔뜩 설치되어 있어. 만약 그걸 뚫고 들어온다고 해도 이 안에 있는 인원을 상대해야 할 걸? 이쪽은 전부 전투 수행이 가능한 사람뿐이야. 만약 자신 있다고 해도 우리에겐 자폭 장치도 있어. 초소형 미세. 잠깐, 이건 뭐라고 적힌 거야?
이건 이 폭탄을 던지면 반경 100m 내 폭발이 일어나.
Oh, okay.
그런 폭탄은 금기 위반이라 말이 안 되잖아. 아무튼 무너진 시설에 우리랑 사이좋게 깔리고 싶은 게 아니라면
폭탄은 거짓일 가능성이 높습니다. 폭발물에 해당하는 모든 폭탄은
We can't have grenade launchers because the head said no.
일순 폭발시키는 것은 많은 규제와 협약을 위반할 테지.
그래도 보안용 지뢰는 진짜야. 더 다가오면 거출력된 전기가.
His voice behind the microphone began to grow incessantly irritated. It also became even more familiar. I was pretty sure I heard it somewhere before.
말에 따르면 이 부분에 호에나임 잠깐. 방금 알리사라고 했나?
이 목소리 착각이 아닌 듯하군요.
Now I certainly recognize this voice.
그다지 반갑지 않은 이곳에 들여보내도 무방한 이들이 많네.
그다지 반갑지 않은 목소리가 들리는 걸 봐서는 저희가 접근해도 무방한 일을 같군요.
God, you hate each other so much.
아 뭐야? 너희들이었어? 진작에 말하지. 나 기억나지?
Isra, yo. Can face to face with Isra, who Vu called us with a plethora of information on Blood Fiends prior to our mission in La Mancha Land. We did, and all thanks to yours truly, I bet. So, care to tell me which one of you is the Blood Fiend extraordinaire on your team? What? Oh, well, that's. Why don't we skip the pleasantries for now, Isra? Hi, Moses. Next person to show up was Moses. I saw her in the video call too. Team leader at LCD, if memory serves right. Were you the one who threatened us with that nonsense about bombs, Isra? I mean, what other choice did I have? We were starting to believe that we were the only survivors out here, and that, bam, a dozen or so footsteps rushing into our sector out of nowhere. We didn't even check on you, who you guys were, because the screens are all busted. Isra gestured towards the blank surveillance screens in the broadcast sector with her chin. For your information, Mr. Genius over there is trying to fix the security cameras. He said it's gonna take a while with the power outages, though. Hi, Hohenheim. I expect our path to cross again for anything good, but I certainly never pictured it happening like this. Underneath the array of monitors Isra pointed at, we found Hohenheim, looking even more haggard than we remembered, who gave us a faint, unwelcoming nod as he fiddled with the tangle of power circuits. Hi, Martin. Hello, I'm relieved to see that there wasn't any injured among you. Martin stepped forth and offered us the greeting Hohenheim chose to skip. In any case, you say it was Elisa who let you know of our location. If she's not with you, she must be either greatly injured or already dead. She's badly hurt, yeah, but we're searching a way to help her. Ishmael gave Hohenheim a blanched look as though she is taken aback by his cold certainty regarding his own subordinate's fate. Searching, talking as if you're playing a game of scavenger hunt. Might have been better to enter misery then and there. Have you seen how he handled things? She's still got a shot. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Please don't misunderstand. Some of these assailants, they seem to enjoy torturing their victims. That's what's keeping our boss on edge. Boss and I were near the laboratory when the attack started. There weren't many employees around, and the broadcast sector happened to be close by. Probably the only reason we were able to find cover here in one piece. Barely young Alicia shall persevere steadfastly. Thank you. I'm sure Alicia is hanging on to your promise. Sorry to break such a moment, but if you're here, that color fixture should be on his way too, right? If he's already off to find the attackers. Ezra. Moses, who had been staring at Otis since we came in, turned her gaze toward Ezra. Yes, but it would have seemed that the Renegade is not here with them. Just look on their faces enough to confirm that. Ezra's face immediately soured the moment we realized Virgilius wasn't with us, her voice crashing over us like that of a host shrieking at uninvited guests marching into our home. And probably a tough adversary too, just like those who are assaulting the facility. Urius of the Argos unit. Moses didn't grace Otis with a reply. Instead, she closed her eyes, seemingly lost in a brief reverie, and soon returned to the subject at hand as if she were done sorting out her thoughts. That was a question!
운전기사를 데려오지 않았음에도 너희는 붉은 시선이 습격자를 해치우고 곧 올 것이라는 말도 믿음도 내보이지 않았지.
Give it to our team leader. Just one look is enough to help for her to figure it all out. Anywho, did you happen to encounter anyone on your way here? Mill barely managed to wrest control of the conversation amidst the barrage of questions.
아, 그건 말이지. 오늘 LC 부서에서 중요한 성과 발표회가 예정된 날이었거든. 무지하게 중요한 발표니까 필수 참석이라는 공지가 하루에 몇 개씩이나 날아오는.
Zillions of reminders. It's a mandatory attendance event. Everything, right, team lead? Feels like everyone's overlooking just how really busy our department is. It is indeed a really important presentation. Yeah, for you maybe, but my department is also really... Hang on, I don't think that's the crux of the matter right now. The presentation did not happen. As such, we are unable to assess its importance at the moment. Thank you, Moses. Whatever is the case, the event was what required us LCD members to be present here at the LCE department, as there's one more thing. Allow me to introduce the newest addition to the LCD. Your team has grown in size, take that. I was told you'd met before. A familiar silhouette stepped forward from the opposite side, someone we did not expect to encounter here, of all places. Oh, let's go! Angdo! Yes! Regret that we must already meet in the midst of plights such as this. I trust you have been well?
오랜만이네요. 김 작가님은 아직 회복 중이신가요?
My mentor's flesh has long since healed, but it will take some time until his mind regains its former tranquility. However long the wait, endure it I must. I have faith that he will recover in due time. Until then, in silence shall I atone for the transgressions I have committed. Engdu appeared to be referring to how she ran bamboo-hatted Kim through with her sword under the monolith's distorting influence. So I'm glad you seem to be adjusting well to life at LCD. Sinclair caught the shadow flickering across Edu's face and swiftly stepped up to lighten the mood. I was taken in, but I am deeply grateful regardless. Mentor and I have nowhere left to call home. But someday we will return to S-Corp together. Looks like she's trying her best to fit in. It's always hard to get settled in no matter where you start from. Now that we're all familiar with each other, let us move on to the issue at hand. What is it actually that you need to do? Moses will probably be able to figure out what the combination of the lock is. A distinct objective. There's our business intelligence sharing and deductive reasoning based on available information. I were attacked in the hallway connecting to the conference hall. I'd be straight with you guys, super duper strong. I would have stood my ground if only a Hornet, that dumbass, were here. By Hornet, you are referring to the junior of our team, but he's really strong. He's so strong that, I've got it. There was this time when what was it again? Some kind of pastry, I think? Anywho, I got some bread to snack on, and in the split second my back was turned. Hornet, the asshole, flipped it right off of my plate. I was so pissed off that I punched him right in his solar plexus to get him to cough it up, and he just went, oof, and swallowed my bread anyway. Like, does that make any sense to you guys? Okay, I guess that makes sense. Makes him strong. Although Ezra's anecdote wasn't very illuminating, none of us bothered to ask for further clarification, as it seemed that the only way to get an objective measure of the Hornet's strength was to let her punch us in the solar plexus as well. Issue peeked around as though she wasn't expecting him to pop out from a hiding spot in the broadcast sector. Not yet, Ezra. Up to is a secret that's classified. Ezra tailed off awkwardly. I tend to analyze men with observation and deduction. I try to identify their unique colors, the kind of weapon they use, their methodologies, whether they enjoy the slaughter or avoid it, their attitudes toward battle, all of it. Once I have that, I can get an idea of when to begin my counterattack, or what kind of weakness of theirs I can exploit, and that's how I usually open my path forward. But I could not read him. He looked sharply as though she missed her smoking pipe, which was nowhere to be seen at this moment. It was chaotic. I could not identify a single pattern in his behavior. He is an empty shell. His acting killing lacked any emotional touch, and that is why you couldn't get a read on him. On the other hand, you appear so clearly to me. You seem so anxious to cut something down. Is that correct? You are broken, shattered, but every shard is keen and transparent, like a hail of small blades. A glass-like sword of many edges, so fragile with its futile wish to sever away that cannot be severed. What is it you grasp so tightly in that scared hand of yours? What are you peeking into? Hey, don't talk to our team leader like... Just as Ezra was about to give her a stern warning, Hohenheim stepped in and changed the subject. Thank you! To add to that, Martin here and I were in front of the laboratory when it occurred. At first, it began with the sound of the rushing wind, something large and heavy cleaving through the air, the kind of sound one should never come to expect from a department like ours, so full of delicate machinery and containment units. It happened right before my eyes. Something snapped the employee who was walking only a step ahead of me in half. And the first thing that came to my mind was this: did an Admiralty breach containment? But if such were the case, the alarm should have gone off. So far, this tracks with what Miss Alicia told us. She said there wasn't any warning at all before the attack. Once I got a better look at what that was, I realized it was neither abnormality, pectoral, nor distortion. It was a massive scabbard. When I looked toward where the scabbard came from, there stood a man who presumably threw the weapon, reading a book like he was out on a stroll. The book was Matthias. He must have been reading the book of vengeance, his book of vengeance. First the thumb and now the middle. I stared at him, still processing what had just happened. Then Blush grabbed my arm and started running. I couldn't look back. I heard screaming from dozens of people, but you seem to be fond of recounting unnecessary details. Only after arriving here at the broadcast sector did I remember that Alicia was still out there. When one's life is at risk, the brain instinctively reduces the processing of information to the bare minimum required for survival. It's only natural. But I was the last person who handled that research proposal, boss. Alicia should have been at the conference hall too with us. You want to look back and nitpick at literally every little thing you did in the past, you're going to be here forever. You know, it might sound like a bit of an empty platitude, but focus on what we can do now, what we're going to do forward, okay? You'll have time to regrets later. I suppose so. You did save my boss once, so I guess it's only right that I should have more faith in you people than anyone else. I would like to clarify that the saving was but a part of the experiment, but given the urgency, I will forego a more detailed explanation. Looks like we're all caught up then. Good. Now, let's share what we know. Moses began laying out the situation with the expertise befitting a leader of the LCD. Today, intruders attacked the LCD apartment situation in the basement of the HQ. We lost control of the entire LCE facility, and save for our current location, every sector has been neutralized by a single or pair of intruders. And survivors any survivors conscious enough to communicate properly is already here. After the attack, every containment unit was also forcibly unlocked, adding even more fuel to the fire. Beset by foes on all sides, a search for a foothold is a difficult one indeed. Only the surveillance cams weren't busted.
여러 번 말하는 중이지만 고치려고 시도
We are
중이었어.
attempting to bring it back up to operating status. You speak of restoring a sabotaged power grid like it's a task as simple as wiping one's glasses. More than anything, we need those two pieces of information at the present. We need these two pieces of information. One, who are the attackers? Two, what objective brought them to the LCE? Men we encountered seem to have a one-track mind, squarely set on killing as ordered. There are far too many threads that point toward a motivation more complex than infiltrate the facility and slaughter its employees with abandon. Moses' deduction aligned with Otis's. If the assailant's goal was truly nothing more than slaughter, the first order of action should have been to unlock the containment units. The intruders are, yes, I have enough evidence to at least get a general idea of whom they might be. Do elaborate. There's the thumb nurse father who's stalling the red gaze. Then there's the member of the middle who attacked the researchers, and we've seen evidence of the ring's involvement too, given the presence of the corpse mannequins. If at least two or more fingers are involved in this attack, the thumb, the vile cur, the Kurukuma clan serves are here. Yeah, this is quite odd. Lady Moses, are the fingers not hostile against one another? Those ilk have no business coming into even a sleeve's breadth of each other, save when compelled to attend assemblies such as the Finger Bowbell, where they oft quarreled no end. Correct, but consider this from the opposite perspective. There must be something of enough importance for the officers of each finger to put aside their differences and work hand in hand. Nurse Father's the House of Spiders. That's what they're called. And we've just snared ourselves into the web they spun. Strange entanglement is certainly deviation. Nurse Fathers, was it? Seems like a terribly meaningful title to me. Then it can be presumed that the House of Spiders is a place to raise something or someone, to have such high-ranking officers of each finger gather at one place to nurture someone. One might think that it hardly makes any sense, and indeed it doesn't. What if their purpose itself is just as outrageous? That would paradoxically explain how they become together. You seem to know a lot. IKWYW. I know what you... I know what you would? No need. I can understand her abbreviations. But I can't tell you what I know because it's all broken. The place, the memories attached to it, I can see how they're shattered. You don't have to recall everything. All I need to know is what that outrageous purpose is. What is it? Me, to forge me into a blade that cuts through all. But I left that place behind. Roshu, can you tell us anything more? Shame, but that's all I have, Clark. I don't remember much more than that. Even if I did, it's not as easy a thing to speak of. Roshu let out the protracted sigh just as Moses did earlier. A protracted exhalation of someone who clearly craved a puff of smoke. It betrayed the aloofness she projected. Come to think of it, Ryoshu hasn't been smoking at all since we got here, or maybe since the truck. My mind is a mess. I have questions of my own, but the answers elude me. Maybe the pieces can be put together using your hints, like the ones you gave me earlier. So we have to solve this together, this puzzle, or this game of escape room. Ryoshu muttered placidly. If it's you the House of Spiders wants, then I must ask you to entertain this question. Why did they bother attacking the headquarters? Oh. As Moses began her explanation, Ryoshu looked in her direction with mild amusement. When you said you left the House of Spiders, I presume you mean you escaped it? Members of different fingers are hardly the kind of person to fraternize even on a good day, but this alliance of sorts they call the House of Spiders has persisted even after your departure. At a glance, it may only appear that they were simply waiting for you to return. But given their behaviors today, they don't strike me as a peculiarly patient group as a whole. In other words, I find it suspicious that they decide to act now. If they were desperate, they would have made the move long ago. It leads me to believe that they were waiting for the right time. Whichever is their motive, Ryoshu, whether it's getting you back or doing something else, the fact remains that they have chosen this particular moment to act.
저희가 만난 거미집의 아비는 류슈 씨가 이곳 본서 연구소로 올 수 있도록 길을 비켜줬어요.
The nurse father of the House of Spiders we encountered, she made way for us so that Ryoshu could come to the HQ research facility.
그분이 류슈 씨에게 내비친 복잡한 감정들은 하나같이 강렬했지만
Such intense and conflict feelings for Ryoshu, but I don't think I got any sense that she was going to kill or take Ryoshu with her. But she said that the nurse fathers were waiting for me here. Clearly, they're here to see me, weirdo detective. Alright, you, hey, what the hell is your problem? Be calm, please. It is best that we do not interrupt their conversation. In intense dialogue shall they find and draw out the answer. Let us not dare stem this course. It is fair assumption that the nurse fathers of the House of Spiders have attacked this place to provoke you. However, I can't seem to shake the thought that they must have a distinct objective. If they were indeed after Ryoshu and only Ryoshu, then choosing a specific time and place hardly seems to serve that purpose. Intervals between each of the sinners are different, but since a sinner's turn end and others begin every single time without failure. This case has everything to do with Ryoshu. I believe without a shred of doubt that it's her turn. Once the sinners relayed my words, Moses fell into a brief contemplation and began to mutter a sequence of words.
Limbus company, 거울, 유리체, 구엘사, 추출된 에고, 엔케팔린, 신비, 환상체, 모노리스, 수감자 류슈. 이건
I can't think of too many things in the LCE research facility that could be what the House of Spiders is after. But the process of simulation, the only reasonable answers that can be deduced is as follows. They're here for the golden bows. Moses is right. It's become very apparent to us to look into Ryoshu's past, to reach in and see what lies there, but LCP's goal, its journey and story have always been bound to the same terminus, obtaining the golden bow. Oh, Hentime, where are the golden bows in this facility located? It's at a laboratory in this facility. Oh, Hentime again turned to me. Perhaps he was looking at the clock, hands on my head. I suppose there's no way around sharing the contents of our presentation. Holmes' answer sounded more like a prolonged sigh. It was a presentation regarding our progress in the Golden Bow experimentation, and the limited group of individuals with the clearance to access the contents of that presentation does not include members of the LCB. Aren't we the ones risking our necks out there to collect the bows? How come we're not allowed to? I am not the one who decided the scope of our security. Your concern is understandable. The company maintains tight control over any information regarding the golden bows. There is no way to know at this moment where the consequences of leaking this information without the company's explicit consent might be. If the worst comes to worst, we may even be subject to a memory wipe procedure. I believe we're stalled by some red tape at an existing circumstance like this. What do you expect from a company practically built on security and suspicion? Anyway, assuming the risk of divulging this information are understood and accepted by all parties present, let me get straight to the point. The golden bells. We were experimenting with grafting the retrieved bows onto one another. Grafting the bows. Then was the purpose to combine the bows to form a single tree? Nothing slips by a fellow researcher, I suppose. Correct. We are incubating the golden bows under a very special environment to create a sapling. We haven't yet managed to graft them together into a proper tree. No, but that horizon is in sight. Today was the day we were to share the success of the experiment with certain major characters and teams within the company, until this happened. Golden bows are at the laboratory. Then we have to get to the laboratory before they do and secure the golden bows. But we can't just waltz out on our own when this whole place might be crawling with enemies, right? Is there any way we can get in touch with the HQ right now? Did HQ even receive your support requests? We did send a rescue signal to HQ an hour ago, but we have no way of knowing whether it was received. The attackers destroyed all of our outgoing transmitters earlier. As long as they received a signal, any signal, it shouldn't take long until they recognize that the LCE is under attack with overwhelming force. Assuming that LCA has sent us support units, do we have an estimate of how long it might take for them to arrive? Even if they have to navigate around inaccessible passages currently present in the facility, it should be no more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes? Then they should have been here already. They have either failed to receive the transmission, or the power outage has trapped the reinforcements in the elevators. Oh yeah, because this isn't just in an interdimensional space. Right. If it weren't for Miss Sod bringing us up to speed, we wouldn't have thought of using the back door to come straight into this facility. If such is the case, we need only reboot the power divider in the facility management room. In order to perfectly restore the facility, yes, this place has been designed to be quarantined from every other department if even a single abnormality has escaped to its hallways. No use sitting around putting our heads together then, right? Hey, if you guys are scared of each, leave it to us, we'll kick their butts. I'm just saying we could benefit from practicing a bit of caution. Yes. I see. Executive Manager, I'm of the opinion that we must split our forces in order to facilitate our operation, given the urgency of the situation. This situation looks rather pressing for us to sit here and waste time debating what to tackle first. Listen up, men. We prioritize two things, reconnaissance and extraction. Extraction, you mean escape? Assuming that the LCA support will arrive, it should serve us best to move in tandem with them to improve our chances of launching a joint attack, with numerical advantage over our enemies. Also, we have to stay mobile. We've held this position for far too long. Our enemies will methodically kill and comb through the entire facility until they find what they're looking for. The more we remain stationary, the more likely we are to encounter them, and that will only elevate the risk of total obliteration. Another thing, don't forget we have to reach the Golden Bells before our enemies do. Whichever we're going to prioritize, we won't get anything done by staying holed up in here. We have many pressing tasks, as we have explained, Golden Bell retrieval, facility power restoration. But the facility management room to restore the power to the facility, the laboratory, and the area with the damaged circuitry are all located far from each other. Securing the Golden Bell, restoring power, and suppressing abnormalities clear a path for the reinforcements. They're all equally important and must be resolved concomitantly, and to do so, we must split up the squads based on our expertise. That's fine. LCB will be in charge of securing the Golden Bow, as our executive manager here has the ability to detect it whenever they are in proximity of one. How dare you compare the executive manager to it? I'll let that one slide given the urgency. Anyway, we would like to leave abnormality, distortion, precontrol, suppression to the LCD. How many difficult abnormalities or distortions did you have contained in this facility? Perfect. We've secured a means of communication. For restoring power for the facility, I would like to designate the task LCE personnel here. I presume you are best acquainted with the layout of the facility out of all of us. That is indeed one way to describe visible cable management. Please consider it but a representation of the entropic escalation phenomenon. Despite the way it looks, the setup is quite stable. Martin gave a handful of tiny radios to Otis, who distributed to each of us. Very well, don't forget to keep each other updated. The acrid smell of smoke I'd much rather leave buried in the past keeps coming back. I'm going to be using that picture for a lot of things later. Shuroji. Oh no. Oh wait, no, this was one of the other ones.
잊지 말게. 황금 가지는 보존통에 들어있으니 함부로 대하지 말고.
Oh. Sorry. Don't forget the golden bells are kept within a preservation container. Take extra care when you handle it. Okay, we've been working our butts off to retrieve those shiny twigs too. We know enough about their worth not to throw them away around willy-nilly. Gregor's comment did nothing to deter Hohenheim, who kept voicing his warning again and again. Again, labs that way, and the facility management room is... After it was tracing the available routes to guide the LCD team members who arrived with Moses. While others crept down the corridor, alert for any dangers lurking in the shadows. The corridor was thrown into complete chaos. Is everyone alright?
환상체 탈출에 대비해 설치된 격리 시스템이 작동된 것으로 보인다.
Salt, who had been standing close by, replied in a monotone voice. And just as he said, when I looked around... Oh boy. Shabby thing. What? Waste of time. Just when I didn't think it could get any worse, it did. Waste of time. There's Yoshi, by the way. Sinclair and Don Quixote were desperately calling out from the other side of the wall.
역시 차단벽의 제어권도 넘어간 것 같군요.
걱정 마십시오, 관리자님. 사소한 차질일 뿐입니다. 이자들의 통솔은
네? 곧바로 그런 말부터 하신다고요?
난감하게 되었고.
Hohenheim let out a heavy sigh.
다행히도 부상자는 없어 보이는 것.
After all that planning, we ended up getting separated in completely random teams.
나누어진 인원부터 파악하자.
여기는 탐정님이랑 나랑 앵두 씨랑
저랑 이스마일 씨와 로자 씨 그리고 오티스 씨가 계시네요.
이쪽은 나와 맡은 분.
분명히 무엇인가?
자신보다 능력 있는 사람을 인정하는 것이 어려운 자들이 쓰는 의존
Oh, it's a phrase used by individuals who find it especially difficult to acknowledge their betters. There was no chance we could get the security wall out of our way even with our combined effort. Even LCE wasn't having any luck on their side.
LCD를 포함한 이 인원은 시설 내에 돌아다니고 있는 것들을 순차적으로 제압한다.
CCTV를 복구하는 대로 그쪽 안내를 돕겠습니다.
지금 말한 대로 LC, 호헨하임이 포함된 팀은 통제실로 향해서 전력 복구에 집중하며 관리자님과 나머지 인원 있는 팀은 황금가지 확보를 위해 실험실로.
왜 나는 제압이야? 제일 힘든 걸. 그럼 우리는 먼저 이동한다.
Off we go.
내가 앞장서도록 하지. 따라오도록.
And with that, Otis and LCD team's footsteps faded into the distance on the opposite side.
이동하도록 하지. 사실 여기 있는 맡은 분과 교수분만 데려가도.
전력 시설의 구조가 그리 체계적으로 되어 있진 않나 보군요. 이러한 통제불능의 상황까지 대비하여
내가 건물에 살기까지 도맡아 할 만큼 한가하지는 않았어서 말이네. 하지만 실험실의 구조만 독립적으로 놓고 보자면
고작 이런 일로 울상짓지 마시게나, 히스클리프군.
맞아요. 저희 셋이서 뭉친다면 어떤 일이든 아마.
Voice of Hohenheim and the other sinners also slipped further away into the background. Should we get moving on to? Okay. Two smokers of the group end up in the same team. What are the odds? I'll never know how the other managed to pull through these working conditions without taking a puff.
피운 시절은 있었다. 지속할 이유를 찾지 못하였을 뿐.
Huh.
그래? 못 폈는데.
담배라고 지칭될 수 있는 것 대부분을.
아니 난 1년 내내 바른 생활 사나이로만 알았지 뭐야.
필요하다면 통상적인 올바르지 않은 일들을 가리지 않고 했다.
나는 부인의 시절 동료들의 권유로 면무금한 적은 있었네. 그게 처음이자 마지막이었어. 다 같이 웃음을 터뜨렸지만 담배 자체가
That's fair, yeah.
처음에 다 그렇지. 매웠겠구만 그래.
류슈양은 언제부터 권련을 애용하기 시작했는가?
Each pair of eyes searched Ryoshi's face, but she didn't bother telling us her story, nor did she reveal any sign of unease or anxiety. What we saw in her face was inexplicably exhilaration, thrill, and as strange as it may seem, a fury chilling to the marrow. Beats me. I've always been surrounded by cigarette smoke, ever since I was a brat. I've guessed it any other way. It's your turn this time, isn't it?
너무 노골적이어서 비웃음이 날 정도지.
How do we feel, Miss Ryoshu? To be faced with the past chance before you? But it's exciting. All that waiting finally paid off.
그러고 보니 류수 씨는 아까부터 담배를.
Right. Trying to get used to staying off of it. Well, back at the transporter truck. Oh, yeah. Never thought you of all people would have one. Funny, isn't it? The mighty and powerful Reggae loses this tiny little bundle of liability from his clutches, and he's silently too scared to even swing his sword right. Not that I don't understand. I have an unwanted burden you can't even push aside or kill off, shove into your care. I know what it's like all too well. Well, I suppose it did want the little thing back then, but I never expected her to be such a nuisance. Lucio's been digging around, and looks like you don't have any connection whatsoever to this half pint here. Could it be you got a special use for her? Wow, you are bad at your job if you found nothing. It's plain that you need her for something. Explains why you're letting that dead weight tag along. Perhaps she's like my ticket, or textbook over here. A pain in the ass you'd much rather kill off, but you can't because you need it to make the future you long for come true. You sure have a lot of in common, don't we? You. I know why you're provoking with this pointless rambling. Your friends are out on a mission, and you're making sure I don't get in their way till you get the all clear. However, just because my sword isn't cleaving across your throat doesn't mean I won't collect this little lackey's head. Keep that in mind. This should be interesting. Do your worst. I'm curious to see how long the textbook I so painstaking crafted for my ticket would last against a color fixture, aren't you? Double hostage situation. Let's go. Wonderful. Rossetti Desire? Ooh. Clear statistics. Interesting. Oh, yep. Only get 4 people. Interesting. Yeah, I'll stay with this. I love this. This makes it hard, actually. This is fun. We keep running to these mannequins. Are they made by those nurse fathers? Just the ring nurse father. corporism, an art movement that utilizes the interaction between human bones and muscles, the contraction and the elongation thereof, with a splash of cubist technique, it seems. Nasty. Observe closer. Do you see them? Writings carved into their bodies. These corpses were engaged with the wild scrawling of a message carved with a blade. They began shuffling at us in that uncanny rhythm entirely devoid of any semblance of will. Dearest, dearest daughter of ours, please pay close attention to the way the lines curve. From ribs, we can make blades keener than any sword. From femurs, we can make bludgeons sturdier than any mace. The thorac cage has taken this prepossessing yet hardy shape of an arch to keep the heart and lungs from harm. Preserve this natural beauty of the human corpse and do not infringe upon its primeval precise value. This is the reverse with which the art of creation must be handled, just as musicians handle a priceless instrument. Touch it if you will. Do your fingertips feel the contour of a blade along the grains of musculature, its tendons and sinew? The bones of the one most desperate for life have become a blade best fit to reap it. Indeed it has, hasn't it? I knew from the fathoms of my heart that you could appreciate the true value of this piece, Yoshihide. The care put into this piece I have so patiently birthed into the world is greater than any other work of mine. The smallest fracture of imbalance could instantly render it useless. Yoshihide. Okay, that's how he just said it. Once this piece is complete, dear Yoshihide, I would like for you to wield it. I will. Never got to finish that precious piece he'd always rambled about, did he? Yoshi mutters to herself. Fine. We have ads in 5 minutes. Remember, if you don't want to see ads, you can always subscribe and then you don't see the ads. I should have changed the announcer to only be who I have and me. That would have been fun. That's a clashable counter? Oh, shut the fuck up.
가능하면 다치시지 않게 싸우셨으면 좋겠어요.
나설 쪽 일본의 니놈인가? 나도 하겠지.
그대로 꿰어소리라.
Bullshit. There you go, Result. That's better.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
Rossetti Desires does not make its own minions, it takes others. Oops. The ring corpus auto mannequin Rossetti desire corruption. The fingers, the ring, mechanical amalgam. Interesting. Doesn't Sinclair do more damage against these? No, mechanical abomination is what it's titled as, isn't it? Which we haven't seen. They might have changed the wording, for all I know. But also maybe that's why he's not included. Thank you, Mersal. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Gregor's fine. Oh.
해전병같이 무릎을 꿇고 있을 때인가 십상만 수감자. 평소처럼 넉살 좋게 같이 상황을 개선해 보시지.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다. 이대로 네 총알에 맞는 것 나름 미술이지. 아직 공동 누적을 남길 땐
그렇지. 그게 바로 핵심 증거라고.
이대로
경외감
몰아붙이면
속에 숨.
아무 저항도 못하고 사건이 해결될 수밖에 없겠는데요.
시선에 눈이 멀지 않도록.
저들이 이상한 기운을 두르고 있어요.
때가 왔나. 퍼레이드와 휘날레. 따스한 피. 너는 가족이 되게 약하군.
구멍투성이가 되어 또한 용서할 테니.
퍼레이드와 휘날레.
Not getting to use Faust for most of this. Or Otis, which are the two units that just came out, is a very interesting choice. Holy shit. Gregor, you are basically dead. How the fuck?
그렇게 시원하게 처리하는 것 같군. 보는 맛이 나는군. 때가 왔나. 일 처리는 빠르게 하는 편이 덜 답답한
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
확실히 훌륭하군.
좋아.
5번 수감.
이걸로 사건 해결.
덕분에 위험한
전개가
순간도 넘어간
예상되는
적이 많다지.
삼추소 수준의 전투였군.
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
행진을 멈추지 마라. 이 좁디 좁은 왕국을 넘어 멸망한 그 땅으로 돌아갈 때까지 보아라. 저들이 우리의 모습을 우러러 보는 것을.
Sanguine Artistry, just another fight node. At least I picked units that mostly I was using already anyway to level up. Oh, I didn't change it. Oh well, that's fine. Researcher, slightly different. Hope everyone's doing good. You all enjoying watching?
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다. 일본은 일본인가?
그대로 되었소리라.
You bitch.
동료들이여, 자세를 갖추고 저들을 맞이하세. 우리를 가로막는 저 시련을 해치우고 끝나지 않는 모험을 향하여.
퍼레이드와 휘날.
기가 튀.
You bitch.
확실히 훌륭하군. 5번 수행자. 덕분에 위험한 순간도 넘어간 적이 많다지. 꿰뚫어 퍼지리. 따스한 피 흐르는 아침에 깊은 수면에 빠지시는가.
Dead. Wonderful. More of them. There's one more.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
지휘 실력을 확인해 대조하다나 하던 대로 해보십시오.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
Good job, Gregor.
예사롭지가 않은데? 아주 작살을 내놨어.
이번엔 이놈인가? 나도
그대로 꿰었소리라. 마침내 훌륭한
경외감 속에 숨.
특별히 첨언할 유도.
Cool, I miscalculated something, but that's fine.
뭘 어떻게 한 거야? 야, 좀
Teach me how to do that too. Poor guy. Just die, bro. Just die. Point's gun at you. Die, bro.
그렇게 시원하게
이걸로
처리하니
사건 해결.
보는 맛이
전개가
나는군.
예상되는
일 처리는
삼주
빠르게 하는
소수진의
편이
전투였고
덜 답답한 법이지.
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
피가 잔뜩 흘러넘치고 있고.
The fingers.
아니, 한 방울이라도 괜찮으니까 내게 줘. 어머니께서
Gregor, shut the fuck up.
정면 엘리베이터.
Elevator up ahead is operational. I can see the light of the elevator beyond the locked door. Power has been returned to the elevators.
통제실에 성공적으로 도착했나 보구려.
Correct. That Hohenheim has arrived at the facility management room. Ugh. Once the elevator door opened, LCA agents began pouring into the facility in perfect order. They began hacking and shooting down anything that got in their way. There wasn't the slightest hesitation in their movement, as though drilled into their own countless rehearsals. From the way they never failed to deliver a killing blow to any target that so much as twitched, even when it was already mangled beyond recognition, they could tell that they were seasoned veterans with years of combat experience. Began to grow certain that these fighters could brush aside any obstacle that they faced with ease.
특작팀이라 했나? 역시 제압에는 능수는.
들리나? 아이, 내놔봐. 야, 들려?
아이 깜짝이야. 아이 조용히 말해도 잘 들리니까 소리는 지르지 말자고 히스클리프 씨.
미안하군. 조숙은 워낙 성질이 급해서. 수감자 오티스의 추측이 맞았네. 우리는 지금 통제실에 와 있고 여기 있는 단말기로 복도 상황을 볼 수 있는데. 화질은 영 좋지 않지만 이쪽 구역에 말이지. LCA가 도착했다니.
LCA has arrived.
우리 눈앞에도 보인다. 해수 셔터 너머로.
다만 방금 내가 한 것은 자네들 앞을 가로막는 차단벽 하나를 열어준 게 다르니 다른 부서로 이어지는 내
그렇다면 이제 부상자들을 안전한 곳으로 올려보낼 수 있는 것인가?
그렇지는 않더군. 특별로 투입된 듯하니 다른 자들도 도움을 받을 수 있겠어. 연구와 관련 없는 살상 미술과 전투에 그다지 흥미를 느끼진 못했네. 주워 들은 바로는 저들이 도시 내에서도 알아주는 전투 집단이라더군.
정면.
Eyes forward. The lights flickered, and 3 LCA agents who were advancing while covering the front of their squad simultaneously fell to the floor without so much as a scream. Like a broken lamp, the light past the security wall continues to flicker. Between each flicker, the malfunctioning light, the outline of the intruder's weapon seemed to shift into a different shape. First, a shadow stretched onto the sharp tip of a pick. Then, after several more flickers, it took on the familiar outline of an axe, very much resembling Rodian's own.
아니, 그렇다 해도 저 정도로 숙련된 부대를 혼자서 호에나임관 듣고 있는가?
들린다네. 이쪽은 나직이네만.
절대 복도로 나가지 마시게.
왜 그런가? 아, 단말로 확인해보니 방금 LCA
이쪽으로 파견된 LCA 지원 병력은
방금 뭐라고 했나?
예방되어야던 상황이었다면 정찰 때만으로도 LCA가 패배하진 않았을 것입니다. 하지만
거미줄에 걸려 있다는 사실을 잊으면 적골이 나지. 저들은 자신들이 지극히 유리한 곳으로 먹잇감을 끌어들인다. 개박, 탁 트인 공간, 가정조차 의미가 없다. 봐라, 먹잇감이 자신이 가장 잘
At least I had described earlier was becoming more and more apparent to us. A lax but disciplined gait. The man, after having slaughtered dozens of LCA agents, slowly turned around to face us, his sharp-pressed shoes lazily clopping against the floor. He seemed to have been aware of our presence from the get-go. Light dances around the glossy surface of his white mask. He returns a smile in response to Ryoshi's furious wrath. Then his lips part, soundlessly mouthing a sentence word by word. Hi, sweetheart. How did your reviews go?
훈련은 어땠어?
How did your training go?
똑같아. 지루해.
Dull and boring. Dad, that
팔에 상처가
wound on your
났는데
arm. Did you do that to yourself?
아, 맞아. 나이프로 내 팔을 관통시키면서 상대를 38번 찔러야 했거든.
Index, father. Yeah. The 20 stab was where it really began to hurt.
그거 알아, 딸? 자결통은 찹쌀통보다 100배는 더 고통스럽다고 하더라. 그러니 누군가를 처리해야 할 땐 불은 사용하지 마. 그들이 고통에 몸부림치면서 너만을 저주하며 지옥으로 떨어질 텐데 적어도 마지막엔 그들에게 더 나은 주마등을 안겨줘야 하지 않겠니?
What? This guy is weird. The fuck? Plus, you got a scratch on your cheek. It happens during It happened during Valencia's class, didn't it? Her methods are simply too violent. She's the kind of teacher who uses the number of scars as a measure of training intensity and effectiveness. Take good care of that wound so it doesn't scar, okay?
그러던가. 아니 방금 LC와의 무전대로라면
관리자님 오티스, 저도 걱정은 되는데요. 당장 우리 쪽도 만만치 않은 상황인 것 같아요.
Oh.
복구된 CCTV 화면입니다.
네, 이 앞을 비추고 있어요. 자네도 와서 보게. 내 기억이 틀리지 않...
Hey, it's Matthias.
저쪽에서 전멸당했다는 사람도 이렇게 당했나 보네. 이건 거의 죽이다 못해 사람을 부서뜨리고 있는데? 뭐라고 자꾸 큰 소리로 떠드는 것 같기도 하고. 요시히데라고 계속 외치고 있군. 그리고 웃고도 있어. 입을 크게 벌리고 몸까지 들썩이며 무엇이 그리도 즐거운 것인지. 지금 사람이 저만큼 날아간 거야? 발로 찬 것뿐인데? 선명한 화면은 아니지만 다리는 의체일까? 아닌가? 강화 문신을 몸이 전부 뒤덮일 때까지 받으면 저런 모양이 될 수도 있을 것 같고.
울 아빠 곰발바닥 보고 있구나.
Excuse me? Who the fuck are you? How did you get here?
나는 키라라고 해.
I love your outfit. It looks great. But what the fuck are you doing here?
아니야. 너희 우리 아빠 보고 있는 거 아니야? 방해 안 할 거야. 싸우지도 않을 거고. 그런 중요한 일을 하는 거라면 내가 대기 타줘야지. 맞아, 감사해.
아빠라고?
맞아. 진짜 졸라게 멋지지.
너네 방금 봤어? 저 기술 있잖아. 완전 간지인 것 같지 않아?
I love her so much. Trying to recreate that myself is not the same.
저런 강속구로 복도 끝까지 처박히게 하지. 학살에 마치 놀이나 경기 따위 불쾌하기 그지없는 물의 배로군. 너 그런 쪽이야? 나도 좋아해. 일주일 전에 나왔던 빗줄기 속 검객 최신화에 등장하는 캐릭터가 그런 말투 쓰잖아. 비 엄청 오는데 삿갓을 싹 들치면서. 뭐야? 너도 모르는 거야? 그 작품? 주위에 계속 추천하는 중인데 아무도 호응을 안 해. 한 놈은 맨날 훈련만 해대고, 한 놈은 지 검이랑만 조잘거리고, 한 놈은 자꾸 혼자 싸돌아다니고, 나머지 하나는 뭐라는 줄 알아? 논리적으로 말이 안 돼. 아무튼 그거 본 사람 있으면 손들어 볼래? 나랑 3시간, 아니 4시간만 같이 떠들어주라.
그만. 가짜는 헛소리로 구슬려질 정도로 우리는 모르지 않다.
아까부터 화면에 잡히는 게 없어요. 오티스, 저 사람이 자기가 말한 대로 중재...
어이, 딸내! 근처에서 놀고 있으랬더니 뭐 이렇게 멀리 왔어?
돌겠군.
무전이 더 들어오지 않는군.
이보게! 이스마일군! 오티스군!
느낌이 좋지 않네요. 관리자님도 떨어져 있는...
아무래도 시설 복구를 서둘러야겠네. 차단벽 제어권만 들어온다면 서로 협력하기 용이할 테니. 마침 이 근처에도 소실된 회로 하나가... 바로 이 방에.
이곳은 약지 조직원이 지나간 흔적이 보이는군요.
야, 그렇게 많이 쳐다볼 필요는 없어.
아니, 역겨움이라는 감정은 내게 큰 영향을 주지 못하네. 다만
팀장님, 일일이 누구의 얼굴인지 헤아리지 마세요.
그래, 무심코 하면 그렇군.
Yeah, don't do it. It's not worth it, man.
계속하지. 뭐, 할 말이라도 있나?
드물게도 파우스트 역시 호엔하임의 말에 동의하고 있다는 생각이 드는군요.
뭘?
이럴수록 빠르게 시설을 복구시켜야 한다는 것.
Go, 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 go. Also, wait, where the fuck is Moses and Ezra? Shit.
좀 풀고 시작해도 되겠지?
Don't have Mersault. Don't have we don't have a Yi Sang one, do we? Huh. There's Yi Sang. Yi Sang, Gregor. We don't have a Mersault, and I don't have the Rhodian one, so. Such an odd picture. Even behind the perpetrator of the carnage, Green Ryosha on the other side of the security wall. We had no other choice but to make our way towards the lab. Perhaps this question of mine is one you might not wish to grace with an answer, and if it indeed is, do feel free to let it float past. What is your connection to these so-called nurse fathers? Your relationship with them does not seem to have been brewed in mere bad blood. And the change in your countenance, I sensed a flash of something almost imperceptible. I haven't put it all together yet, but they were nurse fathers. My fathers who forged the sword that I am.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아있다면 승리는 어떻게나 보존될 테니.
행진의 꽃. 이것은 선호의 피날레다. 왕의 비호를 하사한다.
묘혈의 향이 나오.
I have nothing to be saying right now. This is just combat.
포세가 올랐어. 적군들에게 본때를 보여줘도 될 것 같은데? 내가 왔다.
That is unfortunate. I'm realizing I can't just press that button. I'm actively getting punished for just hitting them while they're defending. Oh, excuse me.
상처를 통해 성장한다고 하오. 나의 벗들도 그러리라 믿소.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
이 구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
탱고다.
소리가 들리는
옛날
것
것이.
같군.
적사살 좋아.
때가 왔나.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
따스한 피.
A shame you can't use the defense skill on the top skill. Has to be the bottom one.
눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지 마. 아까처럼만 해. 그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
최고의 선택이었어. 관리자.
그쪽도 죄인인가?
Ugh.
해야 할 고통.
따스한 피.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
따스한 피. 폭죽 소리가 들리는 것 같군. 때가 왔나.
나선 속을 벗어날 수는 없다.
따스한 피. 너는 가족이 되기 약하군. 너는 가족이 되기 약하군.
One hit, and you got
벗어날 수 있다고 생각했나?
like that. Come back, Yi-sang. You're okay.
후진을 멈추지 마라. 이 좁디 좁은 왕국을 넘어 멸망한 그 땅으로 돌아갈 때까지.
Cigarettes and the nurse father. Oh boy, do we get to fight one of them? That'll be fun.
저들은 전율하리라.
Looks like we're here in the lab.
LCD나 LCE 쪽은 아까의 무전을 끝으로 더 이상 연락이 없어.
좋지 않은 일에 휘말린 게 아니길 바라오만.
관리자, 혹시 느껴져? 황금가지 말이야. 저들이 혹시 먼저 가져가기라도 했다면.
Still in there.
그래.
Gregor mumbles in a gloomy tone. Oh, I will be relieved to hear this. We stepped into the lab. The lights were off. It was completely dark inside. The assailants were indeed after the golden bow. What could they possibly want with it? I was deeply engrossed in my thought when I noticed Ryoshu had stopped in her tracks. Ryoshu? Sickeningly familiar one. Even in the cloying darkness of the unlit lab, it seemed to have noticed something. You smell something? I don't smell anything other than your cig. Oh yeah, you're not smoking for a hot minute. Only science welcomed us in the lab. You couldn't hear any breathing, but there was, without a doubt, the stink of cigarettes and the chilling, disembodied sense of dread we wouldn't exactly put a finger on. When I left that place, I remember feeling strong contempt for someone. Had it been. Yoshi started muttering as though she was gripped by the chill. I noticed she wasn't speaking to me, though. It seemed as though she was wandering through a bog of mutilated memories, to cling to her emotions at that moment. Dehustar, you make you want to suffer to the bitter end, don't you? You think I'm the one making you suffer. You do realize you've always been the one obstacle in my life, don't you? This is the one way for us to get even. The sound of the fetter around my feet rustling in heavy how it clinks and rattles. That vision of the past, Yoshi raises her sword in an agonizing slow motion, unsheathing the blade that we have never seen revealed before. A white blade of such unfeeling purity, devoid of even a trace of mercy beneath its pale edge. In this split second, I was blinded by the glint of the blade. Ryoshu clutched the hooded figure's jaw in her crushing grip. Then without a moment's hesitation, she drove the blindingly bright blade into the figure's mouth. Ryoshu pulled the sword out in a single swift motion. The figure coughed out a thick glob of blood and a piece of her sliced tongue. But she spat out more than just a bloody chunk of flesh. A guffaw hacked its way out of her mouth. The triumphant laughter of one who had just seized the victory of one's life. The deep, ragged breath let the sword fall from her grip. She stood rooted in her spot, staring at the flailing figure with a look of pure confusion. Something that asshole. Insidious sense of the past in the air. Ah. Thank you, Ryoshu. And right now, right before Ryoshu's eyes, the vivid presence from the memories of the past came to life in the form of a white silhouette. Her hand slowly brushing the lips beyond which no tongue held. Which no tongue laid, as if to remember the absence of the organ that Ryoshu had so mercilessly cut off. Like a lone watchman who had been kept keeping vigil, awaiting our arrival. That's not actually her, though. The mouth that lost its tongue faced Ryoshu without opening even once. But I think I heard a whisper of a hollow sigh escaping between her lips.
이 세상에서 가장 소중한 걸 놓고 왔다. 그러니까 되찾아와야 한다.
다시 만나게 되어 진심으로 반가워.
Who are you?
라고 주인님께서 말씀을 전하라 하셨사옵니다.
소지아비.
주인님께서는 이 비천한 자에게 따로 바람이 없으시니 자연지사 소생은 적막힌 녹슬어가는 검과 같아 하루가 권태롭고 내일이 허망하였사옵니다. 그 무렵
There and owing to your pursuit of spider's thread, I am once again granted a chance to carry out my master's will.
혀가 길군. 비켜라.
Peace off. As her appearance approached us, Ryoshu's nurse father slowly stepped away, toward where the container of golden bows lay nestled and emanating a soft glow.
준비가 끝났사옵니다.
Preparations are complete. I trust you have not forgotten the plan. When the nurse father had left, a figure clad in steel armor entered.
기술이 접목된 무구라기엔 상당히 투박해 보이는 싱클레어군이지. 그 지하에서 보았던
살도, 피도, 뼈도 드러내지 않고 내게 보여줄 예술치고 미학의 격이 떨어지는데 이런 상황에서의 침묵은 아름답지 않다고. 그자 약자비는 어디에 있지?
The armored figure answered Yoshi's question with the swing of her huge sword. You take care of this quick and get the thing. Let's fend them off.
제법 미학을 깨우쳤군 시계.
You're starting to pick up the rudiments of aesthetics,
단 얘가
which as I demonstrate the meaning of AOS. Ah, cut him up. Thank you, Mr. Leeds, for the follow on YouTube. Ren. Turn you off. After attack skill and deal number of slash coins that hit critical times 10 slash damage against each target. This cannot stagger. Each encounter, start, gain 50 Moonlight Azure Blade. Gain 5 shield for each stack. 1% damage on critical hit for every stack. So 50% crit. Lose 1 stack when hit. And he's dodging and blocking and countering this turn. If the unit is Moonlight Azure Blade, gain the following effects. SP does not drop below 0. If it was below 0, recover to 0. Convert any SP damage taken into wound damage. In a clash against targets that aren't Ryoshu, class power -2. Take negative 20 damage from targets other than the Ryoshu. Reset to 0. Cannot change panic type. Unit's potency is capped at 25. Any excess potency is converted to Moonlight Azure Blade. Interesting. Gain 8 poise. Castable counter. Gain 4 poise. Gain 1 on a win. On evade, gain 1. We could just go for the evades. Because the other two give count, so this would be gone. If the skill slot using the skill is the main target of an attack skill, will gain 4 fewer potency from this effect. Gain 2 less. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna target those then. Oh, we don't have them here, so there's no reason for me to do that. No, because they're classical guards. They're gonna come up. I'm so dumb.
피가 튀고
따스한 피 스며드는군.
이세가 올랐어. 적군들에게 본때를 보여줘도 될 것 같은데?
Yeah, I'm just gonna restart that one because I was being stupid. Good job, me.
볼성 산업군. 이 따위로 추하게 도망치게 될 줄이야. 등 뒤. 짜증나는 시선이 달라붙고 있는 것만 같군. 젠장.
원하신다면
눈 멀지 않게 조심하도록.
다 온 것 같군. 실험실. LCD나 LCE 쪽은 아까 내가 응원하는
You target the 4.
힘내긴 해보자고.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리.
That's better. You'll be at 8-3. You fuck.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
Less important.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다.
I need to look at severed. The severed thing, whatever that does. Still one, let's go. Love that.
이세가 올랐어. 적군들에게 본때를 보여줘도 될 것 같은데?
Skill plot +1. Deal plus 10% to health spider enemies. When staggered, immediately recover from stagger at the end of the next turn and gain 1 attack power up. Cannot retreat. We're only at 2. We're fine. Ooh, fuck. Just go away.
정예감 속에 숨어들.
All your shield is gone. Screw you. And your little construct you came in with.
적확한 한압이었어.
따스한 피.
시선은 눈이 멀지.
This blade of mine may not rival the original style, yet its form is impeccably mimicked. All this mimicry everywhere, huh? Deal 8% less damage and damage dealt by this cannot stagger.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다. 자, 맛볼 시간이다.
따스한 피. 스며드는 걸.
이번엔 이놈인가? 나도
그대로 꿰어소리라. 걱정 마시오.
소리가 들리는 것 같아.
Down to 19, so that's pretty good.
생명 어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
그쪽도 죄인인가? 좋다. 좋아.
가사한다.
피는 최선을 다해보자.
I'm like,
방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
Fascia's a sleepyhead. Ring's apprentice. The ring apprentice, Albina. Purpose ingredient. Unique charge. Gain artwork fascia. When inflicting bleed with attack skills, inflict 2 additional potency. Use has fascia, use powerful attack this turn. If the unit is hit by attack skill before using the powerful attack, gain 1 impact rattle armor. When using repressed flesh, lose 10 power for each stack. At 3 stacks, after using it, lose this effect and become staggered. Okay. Take less from everything. They're in armor. Duh. Makes sense. If unit isn't staggered, gain 2, 10, and shield HP equal to 10% of the unit's current HP. Every time this unit uses repressed flesh in this encounter, gain 1 fewer and 5 fewer and reduce this percentage. This unit isn't staggered when hit by the last coin of an attack. Or activate the following. Deal piercing damage by 20% of that coin's coin damage, inflict 2 bleed. Damage from this effect cannot stagger the target. Upon entry, heal 30. At 60%, recover from stagger at the turn once per. Interesting. When hit by attack, inflict 1 bleed on the attacker. I want this person. These people. These would be interesting. No, we get generic. How many are we at? 4? Cannot stake our targets. Thanks. This one I need to clash with. That one needs to clash. I don't care about your retreat form. Are you leaving, you bitch? We have ads in 5 minutes, by the way. If the skill slot using the skill is a main target of an attack skill, it doesn't say it has to clash even. Just it's the target. Perfect. Interesting. Ads in 3 minutes. If you don't want to see ads on Twitch, make sure you subscribe. Wonderful.
응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
I like this, honestly. This is fine. bro left. Cool.
간단해 보이는 게 좋겠소만.
나의 뼈로 숨겨진 나의 살로 태어나온 외면의 예술.
The art of exterior, interesting.
유감 없는 싸움을 기대하겠소.
Insult the honest to stand before them in such crude form.
나선 속을 벗어날 순 없다. 진득형. 이대로 네 총알에 맞는 것도 나름 예술이지. 아직 공동 묘작을 남길 때는 아닌 것 같아.
이상한 소리가 들리는 것 같군. 내 골수에 침.
Multiply the damage from Iron Maiden spikes passes by 20 this turn. Bro is sitting there.
꿰뚫어 퍼지리. 걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아있다면 생명은 어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
퍼레이드와 피날레.
Okay. It's fine.
계획에 없는 행동을 삼가라고.
Refrain from every deviation from the plan. Has my humble self neglected to impress upon this matter many times?
하시아도 두근거리기 시작했어. 오랜만에 보는 떨림이야. 하시아에게 대화 정도는 시켜줄 수 있지 않겠니?
그런 사사로운 욕망의 표출은 이번 계획에 있지 않사옵니다.
맥박을 놓치며 달아오르는 살결을 구경만 하는 그런 계획. 파시아는 거슬리나 봐. 힘줄이 팽팽해졌어.
주인된 자들의 뜻에 따르기 위해서는 이런 흔한 장단에는 초연해지셔야 하옵니다.
마에스트로님의 영영 되찾을 수 없는 아이에 대해 늘 궁금했었는데 조형 정도는 준비해볼 수 있지 않겠어?
He's shaking.
뜻을 헤아릴 줄도 모르는 망나니에게 가지를 한번 칠 필요가 있겠군요.
Is that the man's Jordan Way leaped towards the pulsating great sword of flesh and delivered a powerful strike.
말해야 할지. 저들끼리 싸우느라 정신이 없네.
Feeling a dull pain squeezing through the grooves of my mind, I turned towards the spot from which the sensation surged forth, and saw Ryosho standing there. In her eyes burned hatred and fury, a glare that could easily have had me believe she would unsheath the sword from her back at any minute. At the receiving end of that glare was the veiled figure who'd been watching our battle without a word. Piki's nurse father simply stood there, meeting Ryoshu's wrathful gaze as she did in the fragmented memories. Then she withdrew into the shadows, the darkness slowly eating away at her shape, before disappearing from our sights.
황금가지는 찾았어?
I felt the dull pain in my head lift as I pointed at where the veiled person stood. The golden boughs that should have been there were gone. What remained in its place were dozens of cigarette butts, the same kind that Ryoshu smoked, piled up like a thick layer of dust. You bitch! You utter bitch! I will kill you! And I'll keep killing you, and I'll... Man. Well, that is all for a new download already? What the? Huh? Interesting. But, we might have did something pre-patch. 179 gigabytes. What the fuck? Is there... What happened? Hold on. We just had a download. There's... Hotfix. Retry stage been disabled. Fix the typo. Fix an issue where the index file skill description in a certain instance of poise was mislabeled as breath. It's been put in. This may be 10-minute margin of time difference. Cool, thanks. So this is supposed to be the people that came down the elevator, and this is supposed to be related because we saw an index person, I guess. I know we can't have specific people for like the first two banners, but we could have had two LCA guys instead of generic index person we never saw. I'd rather have the index person that we saw than the one we have. We can't even use either of them. Make it someone we can use. Like, make it Mersault, Gregor, or Yisang. Preferably Mersault or Gregor, because the other two have a combo together. Well, I will be seeing you all next week, Thursday, for the new release when that comes out. Let's find somebody. YouTube, thank you for watching. It's been lovely having you here. Goodbye.